Good morning, distinguished guests and participants. This is the SEAMEO INNOTECH Regional Research Forum, Envisioning Motivated Teachers, a foresight-based development of teacher motivation framework in Southeast Asia. I am Kayleen, your host for this two-day event. To begin our program, please rise for the entrance of colors and the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ang silanganan. Alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting. Sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo baghang. May nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng warangin pagsinta. Buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mamapit. Pagkamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
To know more about SEAMEO INNOTECH and its initiatives, let us watch this short video.
Southeast Asia is a region that is as diverse as it is dynamic. Despite the differences, the peoples of this region share common goals, one of which is to ensure a better future for every learner in the region. SEAMEO INNOTECH's mission is to provide innovative and technology-oriented learning services, research-based solutions, information sharing, and knowledge management to enable the education community in Southeast Asia to effectively respond to current and emerging needs and concerns. Shaping the organization's culture and supporting its vision are the following core values: commitment to excellence, creativity and innovation, teamwork, collaboration and cooperation, social responsibility, integrity and professionalism, and inclusivity and respect for diversity in our programs, policies, systems, and processes. Significant transformations in the economy, education structures, and the physical and social environment continue to reshape the region's education landscape. In response, we have worked hard to ensure that our solutions and services are equal to these changing contexts, having served a spectrum of education stakeholders, from individual learners and teachers, school heads, education officials, up to the highest education policy makers. Consistent with SEAMEO INNOTECH's mission and vision is a set of strategic goals and objectives that provides concrete milestones for evaluating progress and benchmarks to gauge accomplishments within the framework of our 10th five-year development plan. Regional relevance and leadership. The Center's programs, products, and services continue to uphold our reputation as a leading solution provider and thought leader in the field of education in the region. Regional reach, client focus, and visibility. The Center's presence and reach in the region are expanded and deepened through strategic partnerships and provision of quality solutions, products, and services in accordance with international standards, and where relevant and appropriate transfer of exemplary programs and projects to Center stakeholders. Adaptive and responsive resource base that is a conducive environment for learning, innovative solutions development, and sustainable center operations. 3 underlying themes have been identified that cuts across the programmatic work of the Center and are aligned with the mandate of SEAMEO INNOTECH as a regional center for educational innovation and technology. These 3 themes are the context of learning in the Southeast Asian region, technology and innovation, inclusive quality education. The pandemic has all the more highlighted inequities in access to and quality of education. Despite significant progress in education development, addressing these twin needs remains a continuing challenge in many Southeast Asian countries. In addition to the cross-cutting themes which guide the Center's programs and services, 4 areas of special focus have been identified to help prioritize the program thrusts of the Center over the next 5 years. These are strengthening teacher and school head preparation for the future of learning, supporting learners' life skills and empowerment, enhancing the quality of learning outcomes, managing the learning space of the future. The changing context of learning in Southeast Asia requires reconceptualizing traditional notions of the learning environment, including learning tools and resources. With the integration of digital technologies into educational systems, there are expanding options for learning to take place anywhere, anytime, at any place, and at any means. Programmatic Response 1, Capacity Building and Learning Services. The second programmatic response, Educational Research and Innovation. Programmatic Response 3, Knowledge, Management, and Information Sharing. Recharged by our 50th anniversary and inspired by our 10th FYDP, we at SEAMEO INNOTECH are all geared up to fulfill our commitment to bring about solutions to educational needs in Southeast Asia, no matter the transformations, no matter the challenges. We are confident that we will once again weather current crises and changes, as we have always done in the past, and emerge a better, wiser, more responsive, and more innovative organization in the service of our education stakeholders, from learners to teachers, school heads to education officials, all the way up to the highest education policy makers. We at SEAMEO INNOTECH remain unremitting in our commitment to provide a better future for every learner in Southeast Asia for 50 more years and beyond.
Everyone, we are honored to have you all here today. Before we dive into the presentations and discussions, let's begin with an opening message from the SEAMEO Secretariat Director, Dr. Habiba Abdul Rahim.
I would like to extend a hearty welcome to all of the eminent speakers, educators, change makers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most powerful forces promoting high standards in education and growth is teachers. Additionally, a teacher imparts to students the real life skills necessary for success. The profession of teaching is not simple in the early 21st century. Teachers used to be highly esteemed, respected, and regarded as positive role models for children. Indeed, there are undoubtedly significant challenges to the status of the teaching profession globally in societies that favor personalities like athletes and artists above exceptional instructors. In order to make education more relevant and promote learning, even in the most difficult situations, teachers must be able to modify educational offerings to changing demands, including those relating to content and organization. This has proved by the COVID-19 pandemic. The crisis demonstrated that education can change, but in order for this transformation to occur, teachers must receive the support they need to play their part. The core goal of the Education 2030 agenda is to guarantee access to high quality education for everyone. Data from UNESCO indicate that in order to accomplish this goal, teachers must be well qualified, trained, fairly compensated, and motivated. However, global statistics show that in recent years, teacher motivation has been declining, which has resulted in a teacher shortage. According to the World Bank's 2018 study, reversing this trend is essential to maintaining high quality instruction and therefore having a beneficial impact on the learning outcomes of students. Motivation plays a significant role in teacher performance. According to the United Nations 2015 SDG 4 targets can only be achieved by inspiring teachers with the right incentives. High and low income countries alike struggle to find and keep qualified teachers, in large part because of inadequate motivation and incentive systems. According to data, teacher pay has decreased when compared to other professions with comparable educational requirements, and the prestige of the field has decreased as a result. Due to higher student enrollment rates, teachers in many low-income countries are dealing with rising pupil-teacher ratios and worsening working conditions. Inadequate living circumstances, violence in schools, insufficient accountability, and a lack of leadership support are further variables that diminish teacher motivation. These problems may increase teacher absence and attrition, resulting in fewer instructional hours for students. Teachers were surveyed by CPLM in 2019 on how they felt about teacher morale in their schools. Between 42% and 91% of grade 5 students with a teacher said that teacher morale in their school was high. The Philippines and Malaysia had the highest teacher morale, with 87% and 91% of children, respectively, having a teacher who reported strong teacher morale in their school. The lowest teacher morale was found in Myanmar, where just 42% of students had a teacher who rated high teacher morale in their school. With Malaysia and Philippines ranking highest and Lao PDR and Vietnam in the center, teacher morale, attitudes, pride, excitement, and a sense of belonging were lowest in Cambodia and Myanmar. The leadership of the school has a significant impact on the morale and motivation of teachers, as well as the conditions in which they work, both of which have a beneficial impact on students' learning outcomes. By assisting teachers in becoming more successful, instructional leadership given by school principals can indirectly improve student learning results. The CPLM 2019 data also showed that 98% of grade 5 students were under the care of school principals who reported using classroom observations to assess teacher effectiveness, with a very high national averages across all participating nations. Teachers demonstrated instructional leadership as well. According to 79% of principals, teachers provided classroom observations for one another, fostering a climate of mutual learning. Almost everywhere, with the exception of Myanmar and the Philippines, this figure is very high. To enhance student learning, professional learning communities bring educators together to share ideas, reflect on their practices, and learn from one another. Professional learning communities and peer observations are two examples of collaborative in-service professional development programs that can have a good impact on teachers' knowledge, confidence, and self-efficacy. In conclusion, working conditions for teachers can have an impact and contribute to teachers' motivation and morale among their peers. Positive working connections that support peer learning can serve to inspire instructors, provide a positive work environment, and encourage high morale between teachers and principals within a school. I commend Professor Briones and her hardworking team for putting together this important forum. The information received from this forum will be used with other data to help create a regional framework for motivating teachers. Let's keep working to guarantee that teachers continue to serve as a source of knowledge and enlightenment in keeping with the theme for World Teachers' Day in 2023, Teachers Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future. Since education is a vital component of life and a child's growth, teachers are important members of society. The future leaders and innovators must be taught by the current generation of teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Habiba, for the enriching opening. Let's give a round of applause. And may we be guided by the key factors of teacher motivation as we go along with this two-day forum. Now it's our privilege to be welcomed by INNOTECH's Deputy Center Director, Ms. Kochakan Katapan Asidre.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Well, it is my honor to be here to welcome you all to SEAMEO INNOTECH today and to welcome you all to the Regional Research Forum on Envisioning Motivated Teachers and welcome you all to the Philippines. It is important for us to gather here today to discuss the matter related to our most important person in education sector, our teachers, and the factors that make them stay in the teaching profession. Teachers are the power of education and learning. By shaping the mind of the young generations and preparing them to be resilient in this dynamic world, teachers are the change maker of the society. In the recent years, we can see that the number of teachers in Southeast Asia has increasing over time. However, the turnover rate is quite high, and which was the result from number of challenges that we will be later discussing today, such as employee relationship, the working conditions, salaries, professional development, policies, or social support. For example, in Thailand, many teachers quit their job for the better salary. And somehow for the Philippines, some of the teachers, they seeking a better working condition abroad. So this is why this regional forum is matter. So it is an opportunity to learn from each other about the factors influencing an individual to become a teacher, and also finally shape some input for the development of our teacher motivation framework in Southeast Asia. And this framework is going to be the first guideline for us in Southeast Asia to provide the answer to our common problems, to how to retain our teachers into the teaching profession. So motivating teachers are more likely to create engaging and effective learning environment for their students. So they will be more likely to stay in the profession and continue to develop their skills. And the theory once said that the motivated teachers will be connected with their willingness and involvement in taking an active role in the teaching and learning process. So I am confident that this forum will make a significant contribution to our understanding of these factors that make teachers in Southeast Asia join the teaching profession, to the development of the approach to make the teaching profession more attractive and rewarding. So your commitment to enhancing the motivation of teachers, exemplifying your presence here today, and your invaluable efforts in having this collaboration is highly appreciated. And thank you again for being here. Welcome to SEAMEO INNOTECH. Welcome to the Philippines. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kachakon, for the warm welcome and the inspiring words. So this forum offers an opportunity for us to connect with representatives across Southeast Asia. With this, let's get to know each other through the introduction to be given by the manager of the Educational Research and Innovation Office, or area, Dr. Diosdado M. San Antonio.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Kay. Good morning, everyone. We're very fortunate to be, of course, joined by experts from the various countries around the ASEAN region. We have with us today Dr. Jaya Priya Kasinathan, Tibet Specialist and Training Manager, SEAMEO Regional Center for Vocational Education and Training, Brunei Darussalam. Welcome. Also joining us is Mr. Kat from Sochetra, Deputy Director, SEAMEO Technical Education Development, Cambodia. Welcome also to INNOTECH. Joining us also is Ms. Limala Ratni Sri Karismawati, the Head of Division of Research and Development Program, SEAMEO Regional Center for Quality Improvement of Teachers and Education Personnel, KITEP in Language, Indonesia. We are also going to be joined by Dr. Sainin Biden, Senior Principal, Assistant Director, Research and Policy Assessment Sector, Educational Policy Planning and Research Division, Ministry of Education, Malaysia. Welcome, Madam Biden. Also joining us is Dr. Hani Merilena Ahmad Mustafa, Senior Assistant Director, Educational Planning and Research Division, Ministry of Education, Malaysia. Joining us via Zoom is Dr. May San Yi, Deputy Director General, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Myanmar. We're also going to have with us Dr. Liza Marie Campo Amor Oligario, Associate Professor, College of Education, University of the Philippines. Philippines is joining us soon. Also joining us is Ms. Piyapa Su Angabatin, Program Officer, SEAMEO Regional Center for Sufficiency Economy Philosophy for Sustainability, SEPS, Thailand. We're also joined by Mr. Tanapon Kantawichai, Curriculum Development Officer, SEAMEO Regional Center for Sufficiency Economy Philosophy for Sustainability, Thailand. Also with us is Mr. Francisco X. Da Costa Sales Luis, Advisor for Cabinet of Minister of Education, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, Timor-Leste. Joining us later, they missed their flight, but I understand they're rebooking, are Mr. Apolinario Serpa Rosa, the Senior Staff for General Education, for General Director of Education and Training, Minister of Education, Youth and Sport, Timor-Leste. Mr. Domingo Belo Suarez, Senior Staff for National Director of Preschool, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, Timor-Leste. We also have with us Dr. Lee An Vin, Director General, the Vietnam Institute of Educational Sciences, Vietnam. Joining us as content experts, in addition to Dr. Oligario, is Dr. Madeleine Ko, College Secretary, Graduate School of the University of the East Philippines. Also with us is Dr. J. Aleta R. Villanueva, Associate Professor, Faculty of Education, University of the Philippines, Open University. Philippines. We are also very grateful that we have been joined by the Director of the SEAMEO Secretariat, Dr. Habiba Abdul Rahim. Of course, our dearest Deputy Center Director for SEAMEO INNOTECH, Madam Kotchakorn Katapan Asidre. And later, we will be joined with a keynote presentation on maintaining teacher motivation, insights and recommendations by Dr. Roger Y. Chow. From the Educational Research and Innovation Office of this center, we're very, of course, proud that Dr. Sherlyn A. Almonte Acosta, who has been taking charge of organizing this, leading the research activity, will be with us. With our other staff, Ms. Erlyn G. Omali, a senior associate, Ms. Hias Clamor Torneo, a specialist in the Educational Research Unit, and Dr. Christian Liubert Milambiling, a consultant here at the center. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Mabuhay po kayo and welcome.
All right, thank you very much, Sir Dads, for the thorough introduction of our distinguished participants, and we hope that the rest can join us very soon. So, as mentioned by Sir Dads, to set the tone of our two-day forum, it is my pleasure to introduce to you an expert who will enlighten us of the perspectives that we can adopt in framework development. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker. He is none other than the Assistant Director of the ASEAN Secretariat's Education, Youth, and Sport Division, Dr. Roger Y. Chow Jr.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be speaking in front of you, and I would like to share my insights and recommendations on maintaining teacher motivation. I would like to frame my discussion based on a few theories. First and foremost, we are very familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which starts with psychosocial needs, safety and security, love and belonging, self-esteem, and self-actualization. We also need to consider that there are two key motivations, intrinsic and extrinsic, with intrinsic motivation being more stronger compared to extrinsic motivation. Another thing I would like to highlight is that motivation is influenced by a number of factors, including one's cognitive outlook or direction, emotional direction, and the environment. Last but not the least, I would like to highlight that McCloskey's theory of change, which is also known as power, load, and margin, which highlights that the positive aspects, in particular for motivation, the positive aspects that supports increasing motivation minus the load factor results to the margin, which actually is where you are in terms of motivation. Okay. Now, in relation to that, we have to consider that the environment has significantly been changing, both in terms of education systems, but also in terms of the environment where there's a significant focus on the utilization of digital technologies. As such, we have to understand that being a teacher now is not just understanding content and pedagogies, but a continuous process of learning to acquire skills and competencies to utilize digital technologies in teaching and learning process. It is also important to understand that the teachers need to continuously learn. The challenges of teachers in relation to the lack of digital skills and competencies to effectively teach, to facilitate teaching and learning in the classroom is a key demotivation factor, because teachers will not be able to effectively teach in the current context, particularly in the 21st century and in relation to a digital world, or a world usually characterized by in terms of social media and increasing social networks. Now, how do we enhance teacher motivation and ensure that they continuously become motivated? First and foremost, as mentioned by Datuk Habiba earlier, we have to start off with psychosocial needs. Basically, teacher salary has to be in line with the needs to support the family. Without such, how do you move from the lowest strata of Maslow's hierarchy of needs going to even not even self-actualization, but to enhance self-esteem and safety and security? Remember that a teacher is not just someone who belongs to the classroom. They have their family, they have their parents, and they're part of the community. And they have to engage in the community. As such, having teachers who are well compensated is very, very important. Second, mental health and well-being, something which has been significantly lacking in terms of focus, particularly during the COVID pandemic. Work-life balance is very important because a teacher who is overworked, stressed, having a lot of key challenges in terms of balancing work-life balance, will have pressures in terms of not just physical wellness, but also in terms of mental health. And a teacher who is not healthy, both physically and in terms of mental health issues, will have implications toward teaching and learning. And of course, they will be demotivated. Third is that it was also mentioned in relation to community of practice, a sense of belonging to a community where teachers learn from each other is very important. It creates a sense of family, a sense of belonging, which is actually covering not just the third strata of the Maslow's hierarchy of love of belonging, but also in relation to self-esteem. I mentioned earlier the key factors in terms of cognitive, emotional, and environment. The challenges of the teaching profession now in relation to how society has viewed it is getting more problematic. Teaching profession has always been seen as a vocation. However, society in general, although it respects teachers, they do not accord them equal respect to other professions, other key professions such as doctors, engineers. So there's a problem in terms of how the environment and the community views teachers. Now, another key challenge is sense of fulfillment. How does the teacher actually continue to be motivated if they do not have some sort of authority over how they teach? So how they teach, the content they teach, the engagement with the teachers. So essentially there's a need to consider school-based management, empowering teachers in relation to how they teach, because the teachers themselves know the best content, of course subject to a country's minimum standards in terms of curriculum, but in terms of how they teach students. And in particular, as we have seen during the COVID pandemic, how to address teaching and learning issues in times of pandemics and disasters. Another key aspect that we need to understand is that the teacher career progression needs to be balanced and flexible to ensure that the teachers who wants to continuously teach after a significant number of years in the profession can continuously teach, something similar to what the Philippines has been doing with the addition of the teaching track, adding on more master teachers ranks on the higher level. and not actually forcing teachers who love to continuously be in the classroom to be in administrative posts. Another thing that has been discussed is um, minimizing administrative workload. We have talked about last year under the leadership of the Philippines. The ASEAN has actually adopted the Declaration on Digital Transformation of Education Systems in in ASEAN. And one of these things is to use digital technologies. Digital technologies can both be a bane and a boon. Okay, it can be good and bad. If utilized properly, it can minimize administrative workload, enhance teaching and learning methodologies, and make it more efficient. But the challenges there is how do we actually support the use of digital technologies and actually minimizing administrative workload for teachers, whose primary function is to facilitate student learning in the classroom and outside the classroom through co-curricular activities or even extracurricular activities. There are a lot of challenges in terms of teacher motivation. However, the important thing there is there needs to be support and understanding that teachers are human beings. In spite of the fact that they may be significantly motivated to facilitate learning in the classroom, you have to understand that the teacher career progression has to be aligned. When we talk about pre-teacher training, we have to support initiatives in the curriculum that enhances intrinsic motivation and the love for children and teaching and learning. We have to ensure that the graduates of teacher education institutions understand that teaching is a vocation and not just another job. They have to understand that what they're doing is a significant contribution to society, locally, nationally, regionally, and globally. They are facilitators of change through the teaching and learning and that they facilitate, but also in terms of the values that they pass on or mold into their students. Ladies and gentlemen, teachers and the teaching profession is an important component of society. In fact, I believe that education is the key to changing the world. And as such, the teachers has always been a significant power for changing society. And if we do not enhance and continuously support maintaining teacher motivation in the teaching workforce, how do we ensure that our education systems will continuously contribute to facilitating teaching and learning among our students, between teachers, and how does education contribute to societal change for the betterment of society? So I would like to congratulate each and every one of you for taking time for this forum and for SEAMEO INNOTECH for leading this very important research. As such, I'm happy to share my thoughts. 10 minutes is rather short, but feel free to contact me for further insights, and I'll be happy to share. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chow, for the meaningful presentation and on the many aspects of motivation. And thank you also for the very important reminder that teaching is a vocation and not just another job. So that we already heard a lot this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed with the presentations and discussions, let's take a 15-minute break, okay? welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the snacks and had some time to chat with each other. So as we continue with the forum, let's learn more about the research project and get an overview of the forum. So let us welcome Dr. Shirlene A. Almonte Acosta, Head of the Educational Research Unit.
Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga, good morning. And again, welcome to SEAMEO INNOTECH. Welcome to the Philippines. I'm here to give you an overview of the project, short overview. I think you heard, if you still recall, I discussed this during the meeting that we had online in the past. Okay, so this particular research is actually an expansion of the teacher motivation project that we had. So it's a teacher motivation in the Philippines. And since we receive very good feedback about the study, we decided to expand it to the regional level, the Southeast Asian region. And next slide, please. So the primary objective is to develop a per-country framework that predicts the motivation of teachers in Southeast Asia in staying the profession. So in the framework that we developed in the past on teacher motivation in the Philippines, there are different factors that influence the motivation of teachers in choosing the profession, staying the profession, and also in leaving the profession. But this particular study, we will be focused on staying in the profession. So what motivates teacher to stay in the profession? So as a general objective, we will be developing a framework of teacher motivation in Southeast Asia in staying in the teaching profession. So for that, you were able to gather data. So there were interviews already. And we are so grateful, we're happy for the inputs and all the information that you already provided. Now, for this study, we have, of course, participation of the centers, the different centers of SEAMEO centers, and also the ministries of education in Southeast Asia. At first, we presented this as a proposal in the so-called CPRN, the Center Policy Research Network. It's a conglomeration of networks or SEAMEO centers, and we were able to get buy-in of the different centers. Now, for centers that, for now, new centers and those centers that has very lean staffing, they decided or they recommended our representation from the ministries of education, their ministries of education. So that's why we have a mixture at this point. Okay, so you know that there are two phases of the study. We have phase 1, we have phase 2, and so we are dealing with the phase 1 of the study, and this is the qualitative phase. So our output of this activity is a general framework. We will have an attempt of a framework of teacher motivation in staying in the profession in Southeast Asia. Now, that's for the first part, and all your contribution would form part of the development of the framework. Then after that, so again, we're grateful for the interview that you conducted for at least 10 teachers in participating countries, the different countries, you being the representative of your country, and then you were able to gather and provided us the different information about the status of teachers in your country. And of course, this regional forum would lead us to, synthesizing, putting together all the ideas. Later, we will be hearing presentation from the different country contexts. Now, the second phase of the study is the quantitative part. So this one, the framework that we will be developing will lead us to the development of the questionnaire so that this will propel for the survey, the second phase of the study, which is the quantitative part. And the end product of the phase 2 is a per-country context. Though we may be able to see commonalities, similarities of motivation of teachers in Southeast Asia, we also respect and recognize nuances and possible differences in each country context. Consequently, We have the quantitative part. This would hopefully will give us perspective on specific country context. So there we have the phase 2 of the study, and the survey would enable us or will propel us to come up with a per country context, or rather per country framework. All right, next slide, please. So with this, we have the day 1 and day 2, of course. As I already mentioned, for day 1, we will be having presentations and, of course, a roundtable discussion. And all this activity, as I mentioned earlier, will definitely form part of our framework, regional framework. So, all right, and that's for day 1, so we'll be having presentation, the roundtable discussion, wherein we will describe the national context, the policies, and information relevant to motivation of teachers in staying in the profession. And then day 2, so we'll have the workshop on framework development. So we will be guided by future thinking strategy, so that we will be able to develop a framework as one framework for Southeast Asia. And yeah, I think that's the different the 2-day activity for this regional forum. And of course, I would like to mention that we will be guided by our expert. We have Dr. Madeline Co, Dr. Aleta Villanueva, and of course, Dr. Oligario. So they are our country expert, and they are knowledgeable in the field. So we will be guided by them as we go along in the process of developing the framework. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Shea, for that informative presentation and overview. So now we will transition into a series of presentations and roundtable discussions. First up is a presentation on the status of the teaching profession, followed by a question and answer session. This will be moderated by Ms. Erlene Umali, Senior Associate of the Educational Research Unit.
Thank you, Kay, and good morning, everyone. So for the presentations, each speaker will be given a maximum of 10 minutes, and then after all the presentations, we will have a question and answer. So the order of the presentations will be in alphabetical order as seen on the screen. So first up is Brunei Darussalam, and then we have Cambodia, next is Indonesia, and then Lao PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, representative from the Philippines, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam. So please take note of this order of presentations, and please come here in front when it's your turn. So let's proceed right away with the first presentation from Dr. Zaya of Brunei Darussalam.
Okay, very good morning to all. Firstly, I'd like to thank Dr. Shirley and her team for having me here today. Thank you. And I'd also like to congratulate Dr. Shirley and the team for leading this very important and pertinent topic for teacher motivation. I think the time is really right. If we don't do this now, we will be losing teachers, because the attractiveness of the profession is slowly waning, so we have to find a way to keep them motivated. So with that, I'd like to introduce myself again. I'm Dr. Jayapriya, and I'm representing SEAMEO INNOTECH from Brunei Darussalam. Right, so coming back to the presentation, so let me start with the, okay. So let me just give you a little bit of demographics, right? So we have around a total of 9,000 teachers in Brunei Darussalam, and about 76% is from the government school or public schools, and about 24% in the private. So as you can see, I think we have more female teachers than the male. I think that is quite common, right? And most of our teachers, as you can see, they have a bachelor's degree, a number of them with masters and even PhD holders. So this is the basic demographic. Right. So the status of the teaching profession. So what is the general view of teachers and their role in education? So from the interview that was conducted and also from what we've heard from the community is, of course, teachers are very much respected, highly regarded in the profession. I think this would hold same with other Asian countries too. Right. So the word that that usually comes up when you talk about what is the status of the teaching profession, it's like what I think our senior secretariat director also said. It's a prideful profession to have. It's a respectful position, a unique profession, and highly respected profession. Also, I think this is, again, and then when we talk about the role of education, so from the parents' perspective, of course, they see teachers as a role model, and they have very high, respect for them and expect them to have very high integrity as well. And from the teacher's point of view, from what we can understand is there is a sense of responsibility. I think from Dr. Rogers' presentation just now, he said that teachers themselves have a very strong, high responsibility of the students, and also understanding that they are teaching the future generation, the future leaders. So they also take pride in their position as being teachers. Yeah. So we move on to the next. From Brunei Darussalam's perspective, Islam is a major religion in the country. And from a religious perspective, I think that really influences many to become a teacher because it's a noble profession and it's highly regarded from the aspect of religion, from religious point of view. And something that I like to share, which is very cultural in Brunei, is once you become a teacher, you get Cikgu. The word Cikgu here it means teacher. So everybody has this title. It's almost like a title. So the moment you become a teacher, until you retire, people would refer to you as Cikgu. So that, in a way, you can see is a cultural influence. And also, you can see the sense of pride and dignity that is given to teachers from a national perspective. And also, I think in Brunei, maybe I think I share this value with the rest of the delegates here also. Many families, there are lots of families of teachers. So if you ask somebody like, how have you come into this profession? They would say, my parents were teachers, my father was a teacher, or, so that familial thing is also another, I think, an influencing factor in terms of cultural aspects. Okay, so the third question was, are there stereotypes of misconceptions? So stereotypes, I would say, I think I mentioned just now, it depends on from whose perspective we are looking at this, yeah? So from the parents, yeah, they highly respect and expect teachers to hold high integrity and to be a role model for their children, and they trust their children with them. But from the members of the younger society, now this is what we get from the research also, they seem to feel that this would be, more of a teaching job is more of an easy job, a relaxed job, all right? A stable job that you really don't, once you are in the profession, you don't really have to worry about, you can you can be a teacher. It's more of a lifetime kind of profession, so that's less competition. All right, and from some quarters of the society also, it's like more of a less work and more holidays, for example. That's perhaps the stereotypes that we would have, right? So now, do teachers receive proper recognition for their contribution in society? Yes, I would say yes. And how would we determine that? I think we have a Teachers' Day that is celebrated on the 23rd of September every year. And it's a very grand function, and it's graced by His Majesty the Sultan himself, and also with some of the royal members of, royal family members. And in that, during that celebration, a number of awards are given. So four major awards are given. The first one is the SOAS Award, and this is significant contributions in charting and leading efforts in developing countries' policy systems. So there are cash prizes and souvenirs given to different kinds of awards. This is basically to show the respect and also to recognize the contribution of teachers in the society, right? So you have the Meritorious Teacher Awards, the Excellent Teacher Awards, and the Special Mention Teachers' Day Appreciation. Yeah. And lastly, also, what are the benefits that they get? Okay, so from Brunei Darussalam, I think the MOE is doing a fantastic job. So they do get retirement graduate, housing allowance, medical services. And besides that, I think on Teachers' Day, what is very special, what is very, very special is you would have a lot of restaurants and other, service providers and retailers who would have special promotion. So it's I think from a societal point of view also that you can see that the teachers are really regarded highly, and this is the society's way of thanking them for the good job that they do. Yeah. So I think that is all I'd like to share for this part of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayan. Now we proceed with the next presentation from Mr. Kat from Cambodia.
So first of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sherlyn. Thank you, SEAMEO INNOTECH team for giving me this opportunity to join the very good forum to create the framework to motivate teachers in Southeast Asia. So continue, I'm present my presentation about status of teaching profession. So first of my presentation is how is the status of teachers' perspective perceived in Cambodia. In Cambodia, teachers are generally respected as they are seen as instrumental in educating the next generation. Teaching is considered a noble profession, and educators are highly valued for their role in shaping the future of the country. But many teachers in Cambodia are underpaid, overworked, and lack access to proper resources and training, leading to a disparity in quality of education between urban and rural areas. As you see, Cambodia is a developing country, so for the salary of the teacher are very low, and the profession and educate teacher profession, they are mostly go to the capital for work in public or private, even though they go work in the province or rural area, but after 2 years or 3 years, they move to the capital for private work or teaching in the private university or school to get higher salary or higher income. And this has led to some criticism of the education system in Cambodia, but overall, the status of teacher is still considered important and respected by the majority of population. Then how is the status teacher again? In Cambodia, teacher is generally respected as they are seen as instrumental educating in next generation. Oh, see. Oh, sorry. Next, Are there any culture factor influencing the status of teaching in Cambodia? In Cambodia, culture, respect, and authority figure, including teacher, and deeply ingrained. Teachers are viewed as authority figure and are expected to be knowledgeable and capable of inspiring and motivating their students. Cambodians also hold education in high regard, recognizing its importance in improving their life and the country's future. Therefore, teachers are seen as play a vital role in advancing Cambodian development through education. The Cambodian government has passed legislation and conferred the status of civil servant on teachers. Every year, around 3,000 teachers are promoted in the in-service teacher, but around 20 to 30% that drop out because of the lack of salary. And so government of Cambodia try to promote and try to push the teacher to the rural area and especially the remote area. If you go to the Cambodia, some rural area, there are only one principal and one teacher for a community that around 3 or 4 villages come to study in the school. So very least teacher in the rural area because of most educated teacher, they come to the capital to find a good salary and good institute for teaching. This title provides job security and social privilege, contributing to relevant status teacher enjoy in Cambodian society. However, despite this culture and legal factor, many teachers in Cambodia still face challenges in terms of pay, resources, and work conditions, which can be impact their status and quality of education they can provide. One of the most significant stereotypes is that all teachers are old-fashioned and rely solely on rote memorization and outdated teaching method. Because of our curriculum and our standard of teaching, there are a textbook for teaching, so teachers use old model for teaching. They read on the textbook and teach students based on the textbook. Rarely they include the new experience, the new technology, or new social effect to the student, even the culture or harassment or sexual harassment. They don't include to the education system in Cambodia. There is some challenge for teacher and student. This stereotype is not entirely accurate as there are many current teaching methods and technology being used in Cambodian classroom. Another misconception is that teachers are only focused on strict discipline and maintaining control over their students rather than fostering a supportive and engaging learning environment. So in classroom, teacher is the master and the students follow and read the books or do anything like as the teacher told. So students very least opportunity or time to express their interest or their experience. Another slide, do teachers receive proper recognition for their contribution in society in Cambodia? Teachers in Cambodia do receive some recognition for their contribution to society, but often it's not adequate. Cambodians hold education in high regard, so teachers are viewed as essential to the country development and prosperity. The government has introduced measures to increase salary and benefit package for teachers to recognize their contribution. Before COVID-19, government policy addressed that all teacher salary will be increased 20% every year, but after the COVID-19, because of the economic recession, so the policy seemed closed down. So still till now, the teachers still not have increased the salary. But good news that they said in 2024, maybe the teacher salary will be increased again. But let's see how it's going. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kat. Now let's proceed to Ms. Limala from Indonesia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to express my gratitude to SEAMEO INNOTECH who give us the opportunity to make this presentation. Okay. The perception of the status of teachers in Indonesia is derived from the interview with 10 teachers regarding motivation of teachers in Southeast Asia, as well as from secondary data resources, including article, news, and government regulation. Therefore, a brief overview of the interview process will be presented. The interview was conducted from the 9th until 11 August 2023, and 10 teachers were selected from various regions across Indonesia, not only from western part of Indonesia, but also from eastern part of Indonesia. And then, a teacher in marginalized area is represented by teacher from Papua. As we know, Papua is known as a conflict area. Regarding the public perception of teacher, based on the interview result, it is understood that the community believe that the teaching profession is noble and prideful profession. And they also say that teachers are known as unsung heroes. This term is attributed to them because they make significant contribution to students without expecting any reward. Moreover, teachers are regarded as a wise individual, and they can serve as a role model for a student as well as for the community. And this perception from the 10 teachers align with the article written by Suharjo Dwijo Sumarto and an article published on Kompasiana about the public perception of teachers. Then, from a cultural perspective, let's briefly discuss teacher from the Javanese cultural point of view. In Javanese language, teacher is known as guru, and guru is an acronym for digugu lan ditiru. This is of Javanese. Digugu is trusted, lan is and, ditiru is emulated. Also it means guru is trusted and emulated. Based on this translation, it can be concluded that in Javanese culture, a teacher plays an extremely positive role. A guru or a teacher is someone who is trusted and serves as a role model in life, both in school and in the community. And this perception continues to exist until today. About the stereotypes, the first stereotype concerning about the gender. In Indonesia, it's often believed that teaching is more suitable for women due to its requirement for patience and nurturing qualities. However, it's essential to back up this belief with scientific evidence, even though there are more female teachers in Indonesia than male teachers. This is also in Brunei Darussalam. Secondly, regarding personality trait, teachers are often perceived as strict or tough, especially the mathematics teachers. Additionally, counseling guidance teachers, we know it as BK teachers, bimbingan and counseling teachers, are also seen as strict because they are known as school police or a school enforcers. And lastly, it's very interesting, the teaching profession is known as one of the professions that have relatively low income. Some believe that teachers don't earn enough considering their role in education, in educating the nation. This misconception is linked to our last topic, which is recognition for their contribution in society. For their contribution, in accordance with Law Number 14 of 2005 regarding teachers and lecturers, it is stated that in carrying out their professional duties, teachers have the right to receive an income above the minimum living need and social welfare guarantees. And it means that teacher will get basic salary, allowance attached to the salary. It depends on the number of family dependent, and then professional allowance if they have an educator certificate, and then special allowance about when they work in special region, then they will get the special allowance. However, based on the interview result, it is known that teachers' salary vary significantly. One of the reasons for this diversity is the teacher status. Teacher appointed by the government receive salary according to the law, while teacher appointed by community managed educational unit are paid based on the agreement. The provision of salary, of course, depend on the capability of the educational institution. If the institution is big and have so much money, they can give the teachers a good salary. If no, then yeah. We can look over here, the teacher number 9, he or she has under 1 million rupiah per month, and the other teacher number 4, she or he can get almost 8 million. It's very significantly. In addition to salary, there are other rewards given to teachers, including reward for those who show exceptional dedication. This award for teacher may come in form of special promotion, financial incentive, and certificate. Last but not least, the government may establish National Teachers' Day as an award for a teacher. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to any question you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Limala. So for Lao PDR, unfortunately, our representative won't be able to join us today, but he sent to us his PowerPoint presentation, so please allow me to read its contents. So our representative is Dr. Song Bunmi. So in Lao PDR, no one could deny that teachers are central to education and learning. Thus, the government of Lao PDR tries to improve quantitative and qualitative aspects in the field of teacher education. MOES is committed to increasing the supply of qualified teachers, contributing to the achievement of SDG Target 4.C, to ensure that teachers and educators are empowered, adequately recruited, well-trained, professionally qualified, motivated, and supported within well-resourced, efficient, and effectively governed systems. MOES has initiated the development of the first ever comprehensive national teacher policy as an integrated component of the country's own education and sports sector development plan 2021 to 2025. The MOES has developed various laws and strategies relating to teacher education in line with the education development policy. These documents focus particularly on means to attract, motivate, and support teachers to stay in their career and devote themselves to their teaching assignments and therefore improve students' learning outcomes. But in the Lao PDR, there is an absence of a comprehensive teacher policy that covers all dimensions of teacher education and development, including pre-service and in-service teacher education and training, recruitment, deployment, retention, personnel management, incentives, and working conditions of teachers. So according to the report from the Department of Teacher Education, issues have arisen in the process of implementation due to a lack of concrete procedures, measures, and mechanisms. Most of these documents have not been assessed, monitored, and evaluated for their efficiency, effectiveness, or manageability. So in terms of the status of teaching profession, in Lao PDR, teachers are regarded as the nation builders. For a majority of people in the communities, teachers are respected and admired in a wide range of societal status. Although the teacher salary of public school teachers seem less compared to private schools, teachers in public schools have not changed to new profession because they still believe that teachers are civil servants and it is an honorable job. The cultural factors have no influence on the teacher's status in Lao PDR. However, in Lao PDR, there are stereotypes or misconceptions about teachers, such as the majority of people in rural areas still believe that teaching is suitable for women, particularly teachers in kindergarten and elementary school. So they believe that women could take care of children better than men. So there, thank you. So let's proceed with the next presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Sumbunmi, for preparing this presentation for us. So let's proceed with our representative from Malaysia, Dr. Hani.
Good morning. I'm Hani, representing MOE Malaysia. I would like to thank SEAMEO INNOTECH for organizing this forum. Okay, status of teaching profession in Malaysia. Okay, for the respondents, we collected data through interviews with 10 teachers from various types of school, levels and locations. The interview was conducted from 20 to 25th of August 2023. We have several types of schools and several levels of teachers and from some location, urban, remote and rural. All right. Okay, teacher and their role. So teachers that we interview have strong passion in teaching. We have responded between 7 to 30 over years of teaching. They really like teaching and share knowledge with their students. These teachers love children, and through their interaction with the students, they feel loved. Teachers also feel that they are needed in the school. And a teacher told me that a young or new teacher would refer to them for reference things that they do not understand or they don't know how to handle things in the school. Having good communication skills are also vital, as teachers need to deliver not only the content of the subjects, but also they have to have a good communicating skills so that they can handle students' emotions and good communicating skills are important when they're interacting with parents too. Okay, teachers see themselves, their roles as a leader, as an innovator, as an explorer, and as a model. So they'll be leading in a small committee, in school level or district level. They're innovator, they make things, they invent things, they do new things, they explore new things, challenges, and they have to be very responsible. And they are a model to the student, they inspire the student. These are what the teacher think themselves is their model. Okay. Okay. Another issues that factors influencing the status of the teachers. For cultural factor, I think we are quite same with other countries where teachers have high position in community, especially people in the rural and remote area. They see teachers as somebody they can look up to, they can respect. Okay, but compared to teachers where they have position in the urban area, they don't think they have that kind of respect from the community. Another factors that are influencing the status of the teachers are religions, where we are a Muslim country, where where teacher feels that everything they do in the school will be rewarded after life, and they are fated to teach. And another factor is that family background. Many of them came from a long line of family members, which are teachers, and we have also teachers with special need. They have special need children on their own. That's why they choose to be a teacher. Maybe it's easier for them to handle, and they can understand how to educate their special need children. All right. Stereotyping or misconception about teachers. I think more or less we are quite similar to other countries, where teachers are highly recognized in rural area instead of the urban area. But also they said that teachers has lots of holidays, especially school holidays. They work short working hours from 7 to 1. And some teachers other people have perception that teachers are not busy because they are always updating their status on holiday or whatever on the social media. And there are also teachers that we interview saying, especially these senior teachers, saying that they see the quality of the teachers is downgrading. They are not qualified. They are not quality. They are not quality teachers. So this is the perspective, the perception from senior teachers. Okay, recognition for teachers. We have, apart from recognition by the government, there are also some non-governmental agencies that recognize teachers' profession or according to specific tasks, like for STEMs or English or whatever. But for the government, we have Excellent Service Awards, which is Anugerah Cemerlang, where every year we have this Excellent Service Award. This award is given to teachers based on their yearly appraisal. And we have, during Teachers' Day every year, MOE will announce an icon teacher. And these teachers will receive rewards like money and some kind of recognition. And we also have Excellent Teacher, which is, this is a program where teachers themselves can apply with minimal 5 years of experience, apply for the Excellent Teacher recognition before being awarded. To this recognition, the teachers will be evaluated by the school inspectorate and in various aspects such as teaching or their expertise in the subjects or other contribution in other areas. Okay. In conclusion, many of the aspects about the teachers in Malaysia are in line as presented by the director in her opening speech, by Dr. Roger Kino's presentation and other country representatives. With that, I thank you for your attention. Terima kasih and selamat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hani. So now let's proceed with our next presenter from Dr. Liza Marie.
Good morning. Before I start, I'd like to explain that for us to be able to, what was my basis on stating the status of the teachers perceived in our country, I would like to use the definitions of Hoyle, occupational prestige, the public perception of the relative position of an occupation in a hierarchy of occupations. Thus, I will be showing a hierarchy of occupations. And then occupational status, a category to which knowledgeable groups allocate an occupation, whether knowledgeable groups such as politicians, civil servants, and social scientists refer to teachers as a profession or not. And occupational esteem, the regard in which an occupation is held by the general public by virtue of personal qualities which members are perceived as bringing to their core task. In the Philippines, teachers do not belong to the highest paying jobs unless you teach in the university, okay? So actually, when you look at the government salary grade, you would see that the teachers would get the lowest pay. In the past, there would only be 3 levels, levels 1, 2, 3, while the others would have 4, 5, 6. No? So the opportunity for promotion is very little. But now there's levels 4, 5, 6 already for the teachers. But you can see in the ranks of professions, teachers would get the lowest pay, even lower than the nurses. And you would see here in 2020, the teachers salaries do not differ much from construction workers. No? So, and the public school salaries is 65 to 75% higher than the private sector. Not all, no, but most private sectors. So, the average annual teacher salary in the Philippines, inclusive of benefits, is $18,160 compared to the ASEAN average, which is $27,742. So when we talk about prestige in the country, I would say that teaching is not a prestigious career in the country. So one teacher said, so when asked about the view on their role of education, this is a report from the Philippine Institute of Development. If teachers are to be followed, they want to focus on teaching and have more time to speak with students, give guidance and apply what they learned about differentiated teaching. Teachers who realize what is needed, that is to spend more time with students and innovate on classroom instruction and to provide more focused, individualized attention to students. Sorry for that. So, but when you look at the roles, the things that teachers do, there's a need to remove admin tasks from the teachers. No? So the duties of a public school teacher include the following. So they have a maximum of 6 hours of actual classroom instruction a day. They have to make a portfolio of accomplishments, write reports for additional designations, and participate in various government programs. So aside from the 6 hours of actual classroom instruction a day, a public school teacher needs to make a portfolio of accomplishments for performance-based bonus, write reports for student guidance, budget, disaster response, and health, and participate in the implementation of various government programs such as mass immunizations, community mapping, conditional cash transfer, deworming, feeding, population census, anti-drug, and elections. Recently, the Department of Education stated that the removal of admin tasks from the teachers is being reviewed so that teachers can focus on their core role of teaching. Most of my interviewees would say this, now teachers and education workers in the Philippines are underpaid and overworked. But one said, no, and several of them actually mentioned this, In the communities belonging to the lower socioeconomic brackets, especially those found in the rural areas, teachers are more highly regarded, being the best educated in the community and the bearer of knowledge that a higher form of education gives. So if you would look at the cultural factors, the myths, it's so sad that we have this, teachers seem to be belittled. No? There's this common notion na teacher ka lang, no? You're just a teacher, something like that. If you're not intelligent, then you try to take education and become a teacher. So this became an issue recently, and there was a professor who talked about it, and she said that, but if the teachers are not intelligent, no, or bobo, no learning happens. So that means if you have limited number of pesos, put it on the training of teachers. No? So there's that kind of, so when you say teacher lang, no, or just teacher, or you're just a teacher, it's the most mediocre and painful word for a teacher to hear. Okay? But of course, many would react to this. And I'd like to read one of the reactions. One teacher said, Guru ka. No? So you're a teacher. You're not just a teacher. Many misunderstood as many try to demotivate us and many try to bring us down. In these trying times, our strength, perseverance, and patience are being tested. A lot of things happened, many times that we had to revise our works, but now look, we are giving the best to our students, the best that our children really deserve. Remember, teachers, we are all in this together. Kakayanin natin ito basta sama-sama or tulong-tulong. We can do this as long as we're together and we help one another. So we fight for it, teachers. Okay? We have, there are also awards, no? Local awards for teachers. There's some teachers get the Metrobank Outstanding Award, for example, no? Outstanding Filipino Awards. And the recognition is most felt during the National Teachers Month. So now is the National Teachers Month. It runs from September 5 to October 5. Usually in schools, the students make their teacher rest, so they serve as teachers, student teachers. And then, yeah, there are local awards for the teachers. And we have also, there's a bill to make the October 5 a National Teachers Day, not just an International Teachers Day, but also a National Teachers Day. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Liza Marie. So now we're down to the last three presentations. So let's have Ms. Piapa from Thailand. Sorry, so Mr. Thanapon will be presenting on behalf of Thailand.
Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga. Assalamualaikum. Swadikap. So that's not me. So good morning. I'm Thanapon Kandawishai, Curriculum Development Officer from the Southeast Asian Ministry of Education Organization, Regional Center for Sufficiency Economy Philosophy for Sustainability, or SEAMEO steps. Okay. So on behalf of the Ministry of Education of Thailand, I will be representing to present on the Thailand's national context. Before we go to the points, please allow me to describe a little bit about the structure of the Ministry of Education of Thailand. So we have 5 offices, education offices, and 1 department in the structure. Comprises of the Office of the Minister and Office of the Permanent Secretary for Education, which is takes part of the whole policy and control for the whole minister. And also followed by the Office of Basic Education Commission. In this office, there are most of the teachers, they are under this office in the Basic Education Commission. And there are also Office of Education Council, Office of Vocational Education Commission, and Department of Learning Encouragement. Previously, the Department of Learning Encouragement it has changed and reconstructed of the ministry. So before that, the Department of Learning Encouragement used to be the Informal and Non-Formal Education Commission before. And all of the department here, except Office of Education Council, they are teacher undertaken. Let me show you the statistic. According to Thailand Education Statistic, as of 2021, there are the number of the schools, institution, teacher, and student in Thailand. This is as of 2021. We have, as I mentioned before, we have basic education in public school and also private. These two offices are separately, work separately. The first, basic education in public sector or public school, they are under the Basic Education Commission. And the second one, the private education, basic education, they are under the Private Education Commission. And also we have non-formal and informal education, and the number of teachers are, in order. And also vocational education, we have, as you may see on the screen, you probably see that the highest number of teachers and students are in the Basic Education Commission, followed by the private basic education category. In this, in the private system, the responsible of the system are under the Private Education Commission, which is under the Permanent Secretary Office, and also non-formal education, which is now renamed Department of Learning Encouragement. So you may see right now in Thailand, we have 500,000 of teachers in our country. So the status of teaching profession in Thailand. So now I will discuss, as education is so vital to all sectors towards the national development, Thailand has taken such a long decade to improve a better quality of education in the country. And one of the key mechanisms is a teacher. So teacher in Thailand perceive the high respectation. I think this aspect is quite familiar, similar into most of the countries in this region and also in the global. So highly respected by students, parents, and also society as a key mechanism to recognize education as an important part to uplift the quality of education in the society. So this is, we also have, in the photo you may see on the screen, this is the tradition, why crew, we pay respect to the teacher in every, the semester. So in Thailand, the general view and roles in education, as students spend over a half day in the school, teachers are expected as the one who look after students. It's not only academic support, but also, in the other disciplines and development of behaviors. So the general point of view that Thai parents, pay respect to the teacher as the second parents, because they realize that teachers help, improve a lot of behaviors of students during the time in school as well. And more importantly, teachers are considered as a knowledgeable person who educate students to have a better both in academic and moral, characteristics. And as I mentioned before, teachers are expected as a second parents for students. They are also, considered as a moral compass who can, guide the morality for students to be towards the desirable characteristic to live happily with the others. Let's talk about the cultural factors influencing the status of teacher in Thailand. Yeah, as they are respected as a second parents, teachers are respected as, for the knowledgeable persons in the society, and also they recognize that education improves life option. This is the recognition that they receive from the society that, they are the one who educate students. So, they can guide that education is, the option that make lives better. And also in the rural perspective, there are some trust that they they involve teachers as a community leader who can lead into the development of each society, each community in the rural area as well. I think most of the countries are likely in Thailand. And also, the stereotypes or misconceptions about teachers. I mentioned a lot about, like responsible for overall discipline of students. Actually, I mentioned that the students, they spend most of the time in school. Definitely, they are teachers. They are expected to be the one who educate or who who improve the discipline of students. But somehow, family is kind of part of the development of the behavior and the discipline of student as well. And also, as mentioned, they are expected to solve all problems. This is what the community and the people see, that teacher can do everything for the students and for the parents or for the society. And the last recognition for the contribution to the society, as I mentioned, I will have 4 bullet points for this. First, public recognition. This comes from the social contribution, as they are highly respected among students, parents, and general view. They are also respected by society. And the second one, promotion. This point means the promotion from the government. The Ministry of Education of Thailand has set up the criteria and appraisal system for teachers who meet the requirements to be promoted, and they will earn both monetary and non-monetary rewards for their respective contribution. And the third one, monetary benefits that teachers gain as the rewards for their contribution, such as social welfare for themselves, also including parents, spouse, and also their children. And the last one, verbal and written rewards. To make it easy, perhaps can be called the non-monetary rewards, such as a complimentary from colleagues, from the principal, and also the certification from the ministry, or the rewards that they are given as a high contribution of their, like teaching profession. Yes, okay. I think for my part, that's all of my presentation, and now the floor is yours for the Q&A, if you have any question. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thanapon. So now let's proceed with a representative from Timor-Leste, Mr. Francisco.
Okay, first of all, myself and my other 2 colleagues will join us later, and the ministry would like to thank Ms. Shirley and the team for this opportunity. Good morning. Before I start, I would like to let you all know that this presentation is meant to be presented by my colleague Apolinario Rosa, Senior Staff for General Director Education and Teaching. Unfortunately, like I said, he missed his flight, but I will join us later on. Okay, start of teaching profession. Let me go back to historically. Teachers used to be regarded very highly. During the time of Portuguese period, colonization, not many people have might study until only grade 4. He or she was highly respected in the community. Normally, Portuguese priests and nuns provided education that was the higher and primary levels. But then there has been a progress. Hundreds of schools and thousands of schools and teachers has been improved. Last year, 100 of new teachers graduated with bachelor degrees in National Institute of Training of Teachers in Education Profession. We call it InfoDepe. Teachers represent the commitment from the government with the aim of improving the quality of teaching and contribute decisively to a higher rate of success students in schools. Teachers in Timor, teachers hire with a minimum of 3 years of work under contract. We become a permanent staff with a professor with less than 3 years of contract will also be part of the civil. The general review of teachers and the role of education. Teachers is important but remain to be less qualified and less competitive, and further investment on continuous needed. Therefore, the government has revised in teachers' career regime under number 23 and 34 in 2023. Ensure that all the teachers enter to the teachers' career regime have a proper contract to implement their tasks properly. Created a mechanism based on the merit to enter to TCR through regular performance evaluation test application as criteria to enter TCR for career progression and promotion. Create a pool of teachers candidates with the aim of ensuring the sustainability of teaching system. Create a teaching staff profile in all schools in the country. Implement continuous specialized training for all teachers, aiming increase the quality of teaching. Under all of that is to work to develop the capacity of students through teaching and ensuring they are all appropriately resourced in the classrooms. The culture factors influence the style of teachers. Normally in Timor, teachers are traditional, more respected in community. Therefore, traditional culture event in Timor-Leste is very high. Let's say in a wedding ceremony or a death of a family member, then teacher has to take at least a week or 3 days off of the work and then to go to participate in all these events. Less teachers in school in Timor, we still, especially in the rural areas, we still adapt those the housewife, that a woman stays home and a man work. And public holiday in Timor is very high. The tolerance is very high. As in, if your holiday is something related to a government ceremony or event, then tomorrow is holiday. The stereotypes or misconception about teachers. In Timor, we hardly see teachers in sport teachers, a woman as a woman. We most likely will see all them are men teachers. And toilet, normally, they usually in general, they do not separate it. They're not divided into boys or girls toilets, even in the school or even in the public. Yes. Yes, the teachers' career regime, the proper recognition for the contribution society, yes, the teachers' career regime is a special recognition for teachers, regulating the management of teaching force and ensuring the well-being by setting special salary scales, ensuring continuous professional development support provided by the state through the government, trainings programs, provision-based teachers awarded, initiatives. It's actually done by annually. This is my presentation, and thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Francisco. So now let's proceed with the last presentation to be given by Dr. Vin from Vietnam.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you, the organizer, SEAMEO INNOTECH, for inviting me here today to give a presentation on the joint research project with different partnerships. And my name is Vinh. I'm from Vietnam National Institute of Educational Science. It's a research center belong to the Ministry of Education Training. So in my presentation, I will cover the six questions that has been outlined. First of all, we'll give you the introduction about the teacher context in Vietnam. Hello? Yep. The teacher context in Vietnam. The second one is about the perception of the teacher in Vietnam. The third one about the cultural factor, the misconception, recognition, and the challenge faced by the teachers. So the first one about the teacher context in Vietnam. We have quite a big number of the teachers. We have more than 1.2 million of the teachers from the preschool up to the high school. We have around a few 100,000 teachers for the higher education sectors. But in this research project, we focus more on the preschool and the general education only. And here the teacher population, you can see, the number of the teachers from all of the level, preschool, primary, lower secondary, and high school. And you can see the percentage of the private school compared to public school, around only 10% are from the private school. And the private school is only in the bigger city, like Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. For other provinces, the number of the private school is still very limited, and only for the high school. And you can see the teacher and student ratio per level and class size. We can see, for example, like the student to teacher ratio is around 20 students per the teacher for the primary up to the upper secondary education. And the class size is still below than 40, even for the high school. And we keep around 30 for the primary education. I have to say that it is only the average number. The issue is not, average across the country. For example, in the urban area, like in Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City, in the most crowded population, the class size can go up to 60 students per class for the primary education. And this be a big challenge for the big city to maintain the high quality. But for the rural areas, the number of the students per class is very low. So in average, it's a good number, but we have a gap and the big challenge between different areas. For the teacher qualification, the teacher in Vietnam, in general, have a very good knowledge, skill, and also have the, required degree. But there's a new change for the law of education in 2019 when we require a higher degree for the teachers and the school managers at the preschool and the primary level. So you can see the blue fingers in the below part. It is happened when we require a higher degree for the teacher and the school manager. So there's a big percentage of the teachers and the school manager need to upgrade their education in the next 5 years, and it's also one of the challenges for us. But all of the province had put it on the top priority to provide the upgrading for the degree for the teacher in the next 5 years, and we hopefully complete this process in before 2026. The next slide is also very important about the shortage of the teacher. We on talking about that. In general, the number of the teachers per student are quite maintained. But if we're looking, closely at the different area, different subjects, and the different province, we can see that the teacher shortage happen everywhere. We over shortage or the below are both happen, and for the different subject as well. The second part is about the perception of the teacher in Vietnam. And thanks for all of the presenters, because I'm the last to present. I think we say most of the common things when we talk about the teacher. First of all, the teacher is the most noble profession in the noble profession. It has been stated in many different regulations or the context, and it has been stated by the highest leaders of the countries. And no one can accomplish the great thing without the teacher. So in general, we have a very high respect to the teacher. The teacher considered to be the role model and the mentor for the kids, so very high expectation as well. The teachers are authority figures. They have the rule and they can become, the model. And it's very crucial in the education system. The cultural factor influencing the teacher's status, first of all, is the traditional respect for the teachers and adherence to the principle. The students in Vietnam are, very strict to the principle, so the teacher has a very important role for that. We follow the Confucian values and hierarchy society. And the third one is emphasis on the education. All of the family, they put the education for the kids on the top priority of the family. The misconception is the teachers are very strict and authoritarian. I see many comments from the different presenters here, right? When, for example, in Malaysia and other countries, when we mentioned that the mathematician teacher or the consultation teachers are very strict and also they have a power to the student. But actually, the teacher's profession also considered to be very low income. And if you're looking at the Philippines slide, when the Vietnam is ranked 9th, right? It is very challenging for us. Lack of the precise limited career opportunity, very difficult to get promoted or the career path. And the fourth one is the gender bias. The same for many countries, too many female teachers at the primary level, very difficult to recruit the male teacher for that level. But for the high school level, it's become more balanced. The fifth one is about recognition of the teacher contribution. We also have some recognition for the teacher. First of all, it's about the 20th of November. It is the National Teacher Day, where all of the teachers are recognized and awarded, and it's become a tradition for that to be the day off for the teachers, and the student will go back to visit their teacher and pay the contribution to the teacher. We have the teacher award and the prize for the school year. The media coverage highlight the contribution of the exceptional teachers, and the community also respect and value the teacher member. And the biggest challenge for the Vietnamese teachers in general is also, like other countries, the low salary. And it's currently in the agenda by the Ministry of Education and Training. I just want to mention 2 points to end up my presentation. First of all is we plan to have the new law on the teachers. In general, teacher belong to the law for the civic, for the public servants. But now the government want to have a separate law, a law for the teacher. It is a big step in order to have more benefits and to increase the salary of the teacher. It is one thing. The second thing is we all understand that even when we increase the salary of the teacher, it may not solve the problem, right? If you can increase it 3 times, then it may solve the problem. But if you only can increase a little bit, it may not solve the case. But the number of the teacher is very huge, and it will be very challenging for any government to increase the salary. So I would like to end the first presentation here when we mentioned that the salary will be a big complaint for all of the system. But whether or not it will be the key to solve the problem is still a question. Yeah. So thank you very much for listening. I finished my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vin. And to all our presenters, thank you for giving us a glimpse on how teachers are being regarded in your respective countries. So now, let us proceed with the question and answer portion. So in your presentations, it was evident how teachers are highly regarded, respected, and valued across Southeast Asia. So there is a recognition of their crucial role in shaping future generations. And as pointed out by our keynote presenter, Dr. Chow, teachers are key components of society. However, it was also observed from the presentations the many challenges being faced by teachers, such as low salary, long working hours, lack of resources and training, among others. So, despite these challenges, I'd like to ask our representatives from Malaysia and Philippines. What do you think is the major factor for teacher retention in your respective country? So again, what do you think is the major factor for teacher retention in your respective country? So perhaps we could start with Dr. Oligario from Philippines.
There are three factors, I think. No, one is that there are teachers who think that this is the occupation, the only occupation that they can have. They are the ones who, for example, in one of my interview, we come from a family of farmers. So the teacher said that instead of becoming a farmer, she was encouraged by her family to become a teacher. So it's teaching as an occupation. But many of my interviewees would also say that it's their mission in life. No? It's for nationalism. It's some would say it's their God-given vocation. No? So I think many teachers would teach because of passion, despite the fact that there are some sectors in the society that belittle the teachers. But they say that they don't listen to the belittling, they don't listen to the parents saying that, why are you taking up education? It's because of the passion that they have. They feel the love for the children, and basically that's it. It's a mission in life.
Thank you, Dr. Oligario. So now let's hear from our representatives from Malaysia.
Good morning, everyone. What I can say, factors that we have, basically we have like similar incentives and promotions that we have, like other countries have to encourage our teachers. But what I can highlight here, what we have a significant factors. We give or we offer to our teachers to upgrade themselves in terms of their education level. Every year we offer scholarships for them to further their studies, and this make them more encouraged and motivated to retain in the profession. And also the government gives a lot of benefits to government officers, including teachers, and not only to the teachers but also to their family members, like hospital benefits and other allowance benefits. So these are things that we have like a little bit of different from compared to other countries. Okay. But basically, what other countries have, I mean, in terms of encouragement or factors to motivate them to retain in the profession, we have the same things. Okay, I think that is one short example I can give you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zainin. I think both answers from Dr. Zainin and Dr. Oligario reflect the inner passion and the commitment of the teachers in their profession. So despite all the challenges, the poor working conditions, and Dr. Zainin also highlighted the important role of the government in motivating our teachers. So now let's proceed with the second question. So one of the crucial challenges mentioned is the shortage of teachers. And this ultimately affects the quality of education system. So there were also mentions of the preference of parents or students for better paying careers than teaching. All right, sorry. So let's hear from Dr. Bin.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to mention one thing that happens a lot in many countries at the moment is about the pressure from the parents on the teachers. I don't know if it's shared from other country, but for example, like when we say that it's high respect profession, but it's also high expected profession as well, where the parents are really care for the kids, and we can see also the media coverage when they cover some of the bad story about the teacher, and it's become the viral on the internet. So it put a big pressure on the teacher, and very difficult for the teacher to perform, I mean, the profession as well. Yeah.
Thank you for those additional insights, Dr. Vin. So, any more other reflections on that question before we proceed to the next question? All right, so let's proceed to the next question. So, as I was saying, there were mentions of the preference of parents or students for better paying careers than teaching. So, for the representative from Cambodia, Mr. Kat, our question is, what current efforts are being done in your country that attract talented individuals into the teaching profession? How do you ensure that these new teachers stay in the profession?
Thank you, Ms. Ellen. After COVID-19, the royal government of Cambodia, especially Ministry of Education, have tried many things, tried many methods to maintain and motivate teachers to stay in their profession. And besides the traditional education system to empower the teacher, we try to impose them the technology, especially in Cambodia. INNOTECH play role in capacity building for technical teacher. So nowadays we try to build the network, not only the public sector, but we try to collect, we try to connect with the private sector to join us to relevant the teacher and up their skill in private sector. Nowadays we have around 10 provinces that we have technical high school in Cambodia. So every year we create the regional workshop that is the awareness of industrial and relevant between the private sector to the public teacher, especially in technical high school teacher. So that after they get knowledge, they have to internship or they can go to upskill in the industrial, especially in a special economic zone that we have in 3 provinces in Cambodia. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kat, for pointing out the relevance and importance of technology and the very important aspect of connecting academe with the industry. So thank you for that. So now I'm opening the floor. If any one of you have any questions to the other participant, so please feel free to open your mic and ask away your question. Or if you have anything to add to your previous presentation, please feel free to do so. Okay, from Dr. Shirlene.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the presentation. I was able to see some of the nuances in terms of culture when the different policies, especially in the salary, for example, was provided during the presentation. I admire the Brunei Darussalam context wherein there's so many incentives. And while, for example, in the context of Indonesia, the variation of salary is very evident. So with that, is there really a standard salary in the context of Indonesia? Because I see the graph, and there are some in certain contexts or poor areas that they're given a certain amount of salary. How do you address then, I mean, as a nation, the gap that is currently existing? And with that of Brunei Darussalam, with all this benefit, can we say that the teacher morale is high and the motivation is really high? As far as the welcome address of Dr. Habiba, she mentioned 2 countries with high morale of teachers based on the data that she gathered, and that's the Philippines and Malaysia. So I would like to connect all this information. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Doctor. Yeah, I think you saw all the benefits that were stated, and that's basically for any government servant, we will get that, so including teachers as well. Well, generally, I think, well, from the research also, what I've seen, I think teachers in the government schools, the morale is pretty high as compared to in the private schools, because they don't receive as much incentives and, as what you would see. Now, I am not sure about the statistic. I mean, of course, in Dr. Dato Habiba's presentation, Philippines and Malaysia was high. So I was not sure what was the ranking of Brunei and if they were, part of the, the study. So I really can't comment on that. But from the interview that I've made, I can say yes, the morale is pretty high. And you can see a difference from the government and the private sector. Yeah, I think that would answer the question, I hope.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Shalin. About the variability of the salary for the teacher in Indonesia, so I mentioned before, the one reason is about their status, whether they appointed by the government or by the community managed educational units. If they are appointed by the government, of course there are a basic salary and it's relatively similar for all of the teachers in Indonesia. But if they are appointed by the private school, yeah, it depends on the capability of the school to give them the money. As we see on the graphic, we know that one teacher from Indonesia just have 700,000 rupiah per month, and it almost just $40, and it's very, very low. It is because he or she work in remote area, and yeah, in a school that not very big, the community is also not very rich, and that's why he got that salary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shiny. Just one last question for Timor-Leste, because you mentioned that toilet in general. So there's a context on this. I believe it's very cultural. I think he also had some joke which we need to clarify so we can laugh as well. So yeah, what does that mean? Toilet.
Okay, basically schools.
What does that got to do with teaching profession?
Okay. The reason why I mentioned that is because the toilets in schools, girls and boys go to the same toilet. They're not divided, and some girls they not comfortable with waiting or being inside the toilet, and then somebody else outside waiting for them, and then as soon as they walk out, they not feel safe as somebody else going into the bathroom or toilet and seeing things that they do or after they use the toilet. Do you see the point? And that's why some teachers and they're not comfortable using the toilets in the schools, rather than they use the home toilet instead of using the school. As in, I mean, instead of using the schools, they're going back home, and then it will take at least a half day, and then lose the half day. Yeah. Do you see the point now? And also then or when not feeling well, as in a stomach ache or something like that, then they miss the whole day. They don't go to schools or for teaching, or they don't teach. Yeah.
Okay, So it's
That's all your answer. Maybe, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't make it clear in my presentation.
so it's more it's presenting an issue,
Yeah.
hygiene, health-related issue being confronted by the teachers. So the teachers, instead of using whatever is available in school, they just go home. So again, the teaching time is being taken by that concern, right?
Yes, that's what
So
I'm
it's,
Jacqueline,
again,
telling
it
you.
posited another issue and concern in terms of education quality, in terms of...
That's exactly right.
Okay. So I thought actually it's such so. Anyway, so it's very important that we take into consideration all these influences, issues, concerns that affect the education system, right?
Yes, that's
So I
right,
think
yeah.
that's the point.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there other questions, concerns? Yes,
Dr.
please.
Celine, I would like to add up. For teachers who are working in the remote area, we Malaysian give them hardship allowance, which to motivate them to go to this rural remote area to teach. So this hardship allowance in between 500 to 1,500 Malaysian ringgit, and they use this hardship allowance to support them, to help them get to the place which is very remote. They have to use like motorboats and maybe some motorcycles, and these are the things that keep them stay in that remote schools. So we have that kind of allowance lah for teachers.
So that's, you have your hardship allowance.
Hardship allowance.
Yes, we also have something like that here in the Philippines. And that's part of the hardship, I suppose. There should be allowance on this context. Dr. Ko, I think you're looking at me and you want to raise question. Thank you.
So thank you so much for those clarifications and discussion. So it's very important to consider all aspects and factors in the teaching profession. I guess we can still accommodate one more question. Do you have any more question? Yes, Dr. All right.
Okay. Well, it's not a question, it's just a comment to concur with some of the things that the presenters were saying. Firstly, I think one thing that I saw that was interesting is among all the countries, we saw that the status is highly respected, but then something that also concurred with one of the research interviewers that I had was, it is not a highly status profession like what Dr. Rogers said, So the prestige is missing in that when we look at the teaching profession. It's highly respected, but it's not in the prestigious profession. I think Dr. Lisa Marie also showed that. And secondly we saw that, we have a lot of women teachers, but something interesting that I'd like to share with you during my interview session was, I interviewed this male teacher. Okay, he comes from a background of, his father was one of the generals in the country, so military family, right? And his passion, this teacher, his passion was to be a teacher, but the father discouraged, so he never got to be a teacher, so he joined the bank, all right? And later, after some time, he was just not happy in the bank. But mind you, he was earning at least 4 times more than what he's receiving now. And now he is a teacher. So when I asked him, are you happy? Because he was working in a bank and he was having a very good position. So I say, your salary is 4 times less. He said, no teacher, no doctor, because this is my passion. and he's also religiously driven, for him. So I think in Brunei, the religious factor is really an anchor and a pull for a lot of teachers to be in the profession. And it was very interesting because it was coming from a man. I never expected this answer, coming from a male teacher to leave, a job like being in the banking sector, coming to be in the teaching and, not receiving as much. So I think that was very interesting. And also another male teacher that I also interviewed, because I wanted to make sure we get a perspective from female and male teachers also. And he also said the same thing. He was in a different industry and he joined because that was his mission from a child, to be a teacher. So I think that is pretty interesting. So yeah, though I think they do not make a big number in, the whole demographics of it, but I think maybe, this is just 2 or 3 examples, but maybe those male teachers who are there are really there because of the passion. I think that's then wonderful. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jaya. That brings me to another question. Sorry, just one more question. Because I noticed in Southeast Asia, it's highly genderized, which majority, it's more on female. When you say teacher, automatic, it's female in many of the countries as presented. Now, my concern, or rather my question is, are there initiatives, current initiatives, I don't know, I didn't hear this in the presentation. Are there initiatives to encourage, or any policy for that matter, to encourage male teachers or involving male in the profession, to really encourage them to be part of the profession? Because, mostly are women. So far, there's no, any move, any policy, any way by which we can encourage teachers, male teachers. No? Okay, interesting. So maybe we can come up with that as a policy recommendation. Yeah, in Southeast Asia. Anyway, thank you so much for your insights. Oh, Ms. Piapa.
Thank you. I would like to share something that's different, but it could be relevant for your questions that you're asking about the gender. But I think in Thailand right now, we don't have that program to encourage male to be teachers, but we have a program to encourage outstanding students to become teachers. That is different because in some Southeast Asian countries, the profession of teachers has been seen as the second or third options, right? Because most of the outstanding students will become like engineer, medicine doctor, or whatever areas that they can earn a high salary. But the moderate or lower than moderate students, because they have no choice to enter to the famous university. So being the teacher would be like second or third choice of those students. So in Thailand right now, we starting the program that encouraging the outstanding students to become the teachers, especially like science teachers, mathematics teachers, computer teachers, something that high level of the order thinking knowledge. So that is we having that.
Just want to elaborate more about Ms. Piapa mentioned before. As in Thailand, we can see that most of the people who join in the teaching profession, they are from a second-class university. It's not all of them come from the famous university like in Chulalongkorn or Thammasat. And one of the factors that make them become teacher is, we can call family factors. Some of them are from poor family, and the presentation that I mentioned before, we have the social welfare for their family, for their parents, and for their spouse. This is one of the factors that make them become a teacher, even though they might not be wanting to join, but because of those factors makes them become a teacher. It's like a compulsory, because they need to take care of the family, their spouse, their children. Because in Thailand, we give the welfare also for the medical welfare and education welfare for their children and also their spouse and also their parents as well. That's why cover all of the family factors. This is one of the reasons that why teacher in Thailand, they most probably come from
kind of say like rural area or like poor family. Some of them, not all of the teachers, but this is the factors very like vital in terms of the consideration to become a teacher in Thailand. Thank you.
So thank you so much for those discussions and insights. So it's a sad reality that Brunei, our representative from Brunei, has pointed out that while teaching profession is highly respected, it is not regarded as a prestigious job. So we also heard from Brunei that the family at times discourages their children to pursue teaching. But it was also pointed out, on the other hand, pointed out by Thailand, that family is a crucial factor for the teachers to enter the profession. So there's a bit of a nuance there. And it is also pointed out that indeed to be in a profession that you are so passionate about brings joy and fulfillment to a person. So there, thank you so much for the insightful discussions. So now let me take you over to our host, Miss Kayleen.
Wow, thank you so much, Ms. Erlene, for facilitating that very productive session. There's so much to learn, and it's just the first half of day one. And since we all did a great job, now we have a well deserved lunch break. So we have our lunch served at the back of the hall. So please enjoy your meals and take this opportunity to engage in meaningful conversations. We will continue by 1 o'clock p.m. So thank you once again. Enjoy your lunch. As you enjoy your lunch, we will also have a cultural performance where you get to enjoy Filipino music. Please welcome Prestigious Strings.
Sa Ugay ng Duyan, also known as the Sway of the Baby Hammock, is a popular Filipino lullaby that was composed by national artist fame music, Lucia San Pedro. The song conveys the idea of a mother gently rocking her child to sleep in a cradle while singing a soothing and heartfelt melody. The song is often associated with themes of nostalgia, love, and deep bond between a mother and her child.
Nang munti pang
Bato sa Buhangin, also known as Stone in the Sand, was composed by the national artist Hernani Cuenco. The song metaphorically compares love to a stone in the sand. It highlights the initial promise and passion of love, which can fade over time.
Pag ang puso'y natutong magmahal, bawat tibok ay may kulay at buhay. Ngunit kung ang pagsuyo'y lilipas din, bagay kaya ang bato sa buhangin. Hirap unawain bawat damdamin. Pangakong magmahal hanggang ibig.
Sarungbangi, which means One Evening, was composed by Potenciano Gregorio. The song captures the essence of romantic longing, with the protagonist expressing his deep affection through poetic verses as he eagerly awaits a rendezvous between his beloved.
Sarungbangi sa higdaan, nakadangog ako, nihunihing sarungganggam sa luba ko, katurugan, bako kundi simong boses iyo palan, sarungbangi sa higdaan. Dagos ako bangon sa sakuyang matay binuklat. Kaitong kadikuman ako ng alat-alat. Si sakong paghiling pasiring sa itas. Simong lawag na hiling ko maliwanag. Sa rumbanggi, sa higdaan, nakadangog ako, mihunihin sa runggangang sa luba ko, katurugan, bako kung simong boses iyo palan. Dagos ako bangon sa sakuyang matay binuklat. Kaitong kadikuman ako ng alat-alat. Si sakong paghiling pasiring sa itas. Simong lawag na hiling ko maliwanag. Simong lawag na hiling ko maliwanag.
And for our last song this afternoon, Kahit Maputi Na Ang Buhok Ko, also known as Even When My Hair Turns Gray, composed by Ray Valera, is a classic Filipino love song that talks about love that transcends age and physical changes that comes with it. The song conveys the message that love is constant and can survive even the changes that come with aging. Thank you so much for prestigious strings.
Tayo ay matanda na, sana'y di tayo magbago. Kailanman, nasaan man ito ang pangarap ko. Makuha mo pa kaya ako'y hagkan at yakapin. Hanggang sa pagtanda natin. Nagtatanong lang sa'yo, ako pa kaya'y ibigin mo? Kahit maputi na ang buhok ko. Pagdating ng araw, ang iyong buhok ay puputi na rin. Sabay tayong mangangarap na nakaraan sa atin. Ang nakalipas ay babalik natin. Ipapaalala ko sa'yo ang aking pangako na ang pag-ibig ko'y laging sa'yo. Kahit maputi na ang buhok ko. Ang nakalipas ay babalik natin. Ipapaalala ko sa'yo ang aking pangako na ang pag-ibig ko'y laging sa'yo. Kahit maputi na ang buhok ko. Kahit maputi na ang buhok ko. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It seems like we're all back. So, good afternoon, and I hope that you are ready to continue this forum. So now, as a continuation, we will proceed with a roundtable discussion. To moderate the discussions, may we call on again Dr. Shirlene A. Almonte Acosta, Head and Senior Specialist of the Educational Research Unit. Dr. She?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. And I hope you were entertained by the music, the band earlier. Okay, so this one for this roundtable discussion, we will focus on teacher recruitment, entry, and deployment in relation to teacher motivation in staying in the profession. I will ask series of questions to selected participants, and we would greatly appreciate your sharing and input. Each will be given 5 minutes to answer the question. Okay, I have them. All right, so for the first question, so we have here recruitment and selection are based on the allotted number of teaching position. Most countries require applicants who are graduates of education courses or any four-year diploma degree program. Some require a teacher licensure or certification, like in Indonesia, in Myanmar, Philippines, and Thailand. Some require teacher exam and or interviews which are not part of a teacher licensure process. So this is in the case of Cambodia. So the question is, do you think the recruitment and selection process is encouraging or discouraging for would-be teachers? So we'll have, the question is given to Brunei, Cambodia, and Vietnam. So may we hear from, so this question actually that we raised, or rather the selection of the participants who will answer the question is based on the document that you provided, meaning there's a need for further clarification so that the question is actually being thrown to you, being given to you. So in this particular question, again, do you think the recruitment and selection process is encouraging or discouraging for would-be teachers? So may we hear from Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, who is not present today. Sorry, SEAMEO, SEAMEO, Ted, Mr. Kat, and then Vietnam. So who wants to start answering the question? Yes, please, Dr. Jaya, Brunei Darussalam.
Yeah. So I think to answer this question, do you think the recruitment selection process is encouraging or discouraging? I would say yes, it's encouraging. I'm looking at it from basically from the topic of this research about teacher retention and teacher motivation. So I think why it will be encouraging is of course you want to make sure that when you select the teachers, they are really, you have this person job fit. So in Brunei Darussalam currently the
Sorry, Miss Dr. Jaya, can you use the mic for the benefit of?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. So yeah. So I would say the recruitment process is encouraging, in the sense that as I said, based on the research topic here for teacher retention and motivation, because you want to make sure that the selection process is one that will really choose teachers who want to teach and not to be just somebody who wants to get in the profession to get a job. So at least when people are coming into the profession, they know that this is serious business and you have the passion for it to be there. And I would say in terms of Brunei Darussalam at the moment, the stages of recruitment or the interviews, they have like 5 different stages. So it's just not you get selected and immediately you become a teacher. No, they would have to go through rigorous trainings and also a lot of mentorings to prove themselves that they can really teach. And then they have a appraisal system where before you are placed as a salaried teacher in a school, you have to actually achieve a certain number of appraisal, which is I think teacher performance appraisal 3. So it's a scale from 1 to 5. So if you can get 3, which is quite high, then you are accepted into the teaching profession. So yes, I would say the recruitment process is
is encouraging, and it's good because we want to make sure that the teachers who come in are really dedicated and not there just for the job. Because it's a responsible job, I would say, and I think teachers would stay if they have the passion. Well, at least from the interviews that I've seen, those who are staying, I mean, when we ask them how long have you been teaching, if it's like 10, 15, 20 years, and when you ask why you're a teacher, the first answer is passion. So I think that is very, very important. I mean, for all jobs, but definitely for this job. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. For me, the recruitment and selection process, I think it encouraging to be a teacher. Actually, in Cambodia, we classify like 12 plus 1, 12 plus 4, bachelor plus 1, bachelor plus 2. It means like when we graduate in 12 standard 12 standard classes, we have 12 plus 1 for teacher who want to be people who passion in kindergarten or primary school. So it be good for person who are passionate with it. If they don't passionate it, maybe difficult for them to be a teacher, and they will be dropped out because of when we become a teacher, they get the low salary and they will find another job. And another thing, we have bachelor plus 1, bachelor plus 2. That means for technical teacher or bachelor degree teacher that they have graduate in bachelor degree and they want to become a teacher. They have to pass the examination and go to pedagogy for 1.5 years. After 1.5 years, they have to like internship, but they got half salary. I mean, if you are in service teacher, you got like $250 per month. You got only $125 per month during the internship in 1 year. So for who are passion, who are want to be a real teacher, so they will overcome all the difficulty and try to be a good teacher in their profession. So I think the process of selecting and recruiting is encouraging teacher to be a teacher. Yeah.
So thank you for those two answers. We'll go to Prof. Bing a little later. So what they pointed out is it's encouraging. So both of them said it's encouraging. And I think in the case of Brunei Darussalam, there's already a preparation. They're aware of all this process and the requirements so that when they want to become a teacher, so they can hurdle all these requirements and they're prepared for that. They have an understanding. So in the case also of Malaysia, Cambodia, they're even ready to get half of the salary, and because they have passion and they want to continue, they would continue taking the examination, the requirement, so that they can get the full benefit of being a teacher or having the full salary. Okay, so I think I get the answer correct. I mean your answer in the right way. So we'll have Prof. Vin. Again, I would encourage each and everyone to come up with your clarification if you have further question to the country stated. Now, we only have those country given in the interest of time. But then if you want to share, if you want to further ask, come up with a question, you're free to do so. Do you want that or you can? Okay. Louder, please.
Yeah, so thank you for the email. I just want to say that the answer for Vietnam is both yes and no. First of all, because the recruitment and the selection are based on the allotted number of the teaching position. And in recent year, for all the profession, we cut down from 5 to 10%. So the number of the allotted number for the teaching positions cannot increase. The government the Ministry of Education and Training did a lot of work to convince the government to recruit for the new teacher. So some of the province, they decide that they will not recruit the teachers because in the future, 5 years or 10 years, the number will be reduced by 10%. So they keep that number for the kind of the reservation for that cut out. And we try to encourage the province that you have to recruit now, and then, I mean, you have to cut down the number later on. But it is still kind of the difficult situation at the moment. That's why I mentioned that it may not be very encouraging for the new teacher because it's very difficult to get in. But the yes mean because it's quite transparent and kind of the competitive base when the teachers want to be, I mean, the candidate want to be a teachers. It will be very clear for the whole process. So if you are a good candidate, if a good teacher, you can make the application. And I mean, if you can be among the top candidate, you can get into the job. Is the first thing. The second thing is we want to make the selection process easier for the province. So in 2018, we have the new policy that the province will make the pre-order to the University of Pedagogy. So it's, for example, like this year, they think that they will need to have 20 new teacher in the next 4 years. They will make the pre-order for the university, and they will pay for the university for that and for the training and so on. So we hope that it will have for the recruitment and the selection process, but it's still very early to say because the pre-order process and kind of the contract between the province and the university are quite difficult at the moment. So it's still a lot of things need to be done to make that policy in practice. So it is something that I want to share about the situation. I can say that it is purely competitive base for the teacher recruitment and process. But what happened is really challenging for the teacher to get, I mean, to be in the tenure profession. Yeah. Thank you.
So there's a distinction between those in the province or rural area and those who are in the city.
Yeah. So basically, it's the same. When you want to be a teacher, you need to be very specific which province, which school you want to be in. For example, like in that province, they have 10 position, 10 allocated position in this school, and this school, and you want to be a teacher, right? You need to apply to that position.
Okay.
So if you, for example, this school, you have only 2 positions. This school have 2 positions, right? But if you apply for this school and you rank 3, you still higher than the other guy, but you cannot get into that school.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very transparent, competitive. You have to decide which school you want to apply to, which one you want to be a teacher. Yeah.
Yeah, so the motivation, like if I was able to apply in this particular school, but there's a higher one, so I'm also allowed to transfer and take the exam there? Or no?
No.
No.
You have to decide first.
Okay.
Yeah. You will not be automatically transferred to another school, even you are better than the candidate over there. Yeah.
So in that case, where does the motivation come from? Because the decision has to be like, I know if I will apply in this particular post, then it's a lower salary compared to the other. But then I will decide on what basis, I mean, you know, given the low salary or difference in salary.
I get the point you mentioned. There are 2 reasons, 2 sides of the problem. First of all is someone will complain that we don't get the best candidate, right? Because some of the candidates, they will want to go for more competitive position and they cannot get in. But the second one is we want to have kind of the suitable option. So before you be selected, you need to decide which is the place that you want to be work with, because the teacher profession is a long-term profession and we want the candidate to be sure that they want to be with this school. So they apply for that. And if they be there, they can, I mean, work there for, I mean, a long time. So I don't know. I mean, both sides of the problem.
Yes. Okay. So we can see how the internal, the internal aspect of within the person on how he or she can be motivated to apply at the very least or to become a teacher. So in that particular context. So this is encouraging, in other words, because I would like to become a teacher despite and in spite of the salary or whatever condition, or although I know that there's a variation of salary from this area to this area, it's because I want to become a teacher. So I would apply, I would decide on the basis of my capacity, ability, competency, as you mentioned. Consequently, there I will apply. So in that manner, both, I mean, all the answer, it's encouraging. That's what I'm getting, right? Or I suppose it's challenging because in the context of Cambodia, it's quite different because, okay, I pass at this level. And because I want to receive more than 2,525, how many? $250, right? So maybe not the money, but then I want to be elevated in this in a certain position.
Yeah.
So there is something that drives them, to continue despite the low salary and despite the challenges in the recruitment process. So with the answer of Prof. Dean, more.
I just want to mention that in last year, the number of the teachers move out from the public sector is quite high, especially after the COVID-19, especially for the preschool level. Because, I mean, after the long process, they have to stop, reduce the salary. So they need to work on the different jobs, additional jobs, and they decide that they will not come back to the teaching profession. And when we open for the recruitment that I mentioned, when the Ministry of Education and Training convinced the province that they need to recruit a new teacher, we face the difficulty when recruiting the enough number of teachers. Yeah, so it seems like quite challenging for the market now. Yeah.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. Are there other inputs? Yes, sir from Thailand, sign up.
Yeah, I'm Kevin.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kevin from Thailand. So I would like to address some like in the context of Thailand education. For the factor that I think the incentive and the welfare in Thailand is encouraging the student or the education student to be a teacher, to attain the teaching profession. But in terms of recruitment and selection process, somehow discouraged because they are so complex and like confused in terms of, actually in the context of Thailand we have two type of recruitment. We have first for the one who graduate in education background, I mean in education, Bachelor of Education, they have to study 5 years to get the teaching license, and then they can attain the general exam, which is I think announced for most likely 2 years, and then they will be like announced in the ranking after the applicants pass the exam. And another discouraging factor is go to the second type for the career shifter in Thailand, which means the one who are not graduated in education. They have actually they have completed 4 years bachelor, and they have to attain 1 year teaching profession certificate. But the thing is, in Thailand, to attain the teaching profession certificate, you have to be hired as a temporary teacher in the public school. This is the first condition. And the second condition is, I have myself, the chart, and you have to have the certified letter from the teacher council as a non-licensed teacher. This is two conditions that Thai temporary teachers in the public school, they need to attain before they go to the teaching profession class to get the certificate, to get the license, and then they go to the exam. This is quite complexity. You can see the complexity of how they can be recruited as a teacher. That's why I think this is the reason why Thai teacher or Thai student, they feel discouraged in terms of recruitment and selection process. Thank you. This is what I
Right.
share.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So I'd like to add, the clarification from Thailand. So the private school for the teacher, they don't need the certificate of teaching?
As I mentioned this morning, private education, they can be put in the same as career shifter. Actually, they also need the teaching license, but the condition is in the same. So they need to be hired as well by the school. But so let's get back a little bit. In Thailand, we have two type of teacher. There are permanent teacher, which is called civil servant. And the second one is the private teacher, which is just only need the teaching license. But for the public teacher or the civil servant, they need to, pass a lot of, career shift to be appointed to get the welfare at all at the beginning, at the end of their career. So in private school, they also have to have the teaching license, but most likely the process goes seem to be like the second type of the teacher. So it doesn't mean that the teacher in private school, they don't need the teaching license, but it seems like it's easier more compared to the public teacher recruitment.
All right. So generally, it's still discouraging because of so many
Discouraging.
requirements.
So many requirements, so many complexity in terms of the selection process as well.
So is this a phenomenon known to your government? And if that's the case, do they have plan of making it a little bit lighter for would-to-be teachers to be, apply for the profession? Currently, no.
So let's give it.
Okay. So
It's from
Madam
MOE Thailand as well.
Will-
Maybe I'll just
So let me answer this question. So actually, well, from the government side, we are trying our best to make things easier for those who wants to be the teacher to enter the teaching profession. But somehow, like for example, last year we come up with the new way of recruiting teacher into the government sector, and actually it turns out to be a little bit critical, and we get a lot of criticized from the public because we apply the different exam for a different examination site. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the how they do the entrance examination. How do we recruit it is that we separate the examination site into the region, and each region they come up with their own exam because we have the intention that each region will come up with the question, the exam that responds to the needs of the local, and the teacher who going there will be able to understand the context of that places. But the problem turns out to be something similar to Vietnam just mentioned. That right. Even though you get the higher score in this region, but you wouldn't be able to be recruited in another region with the lower score, something like that. So it's quite critical at the moment. So that's why, there's a lot of initiative in the government side, but somehow, it's the trial phase, and we are now trying to fix it. So let's see for the next recruitment of how things will be. But anyway, here in Thailand, if you ask why they want to be the teacher, mostly it's because of the teacher in Thailand, most of them are civil servants. They are government official. They receive the benefit from being the civil servant. We get the social, we get the security, the supporting from the government, the health support, the welfare, and also if you are placed in if you are first recruit in the place that is not your hometown, you'll be able to get the support like the accommodation, the house, the subsidy, and everything. So that's why that is one of the things that everybody think that being the civil servant is like the secure job that will be able to eventually give you the good life. And also, after we retire, also the pension. So that's why that's how the people think of why they would like to become a teacher in Thailand.
Okay, thank you very much. So you can see how the intricacy, for example, the intricacy of the application process, somehow we could point it to the benefit that redounds to of becoming becoming a teacher. Consequently, they somehow make it difficult so that they would be deserving of the benefits given to teachers. So I think Brunei Darussalam, because you have a lot of money, it's kind of loose. You just been giving a lot of benefit. But I think also what is crucial is the contextuality. I think that is captured from what Madam Kochakarn mentioned and also what Prof. Bingley mentioned. Additional one, Mr. Kevin?
Thank you, Madam Kochagon, for the elaborative statement. And just add on for in case for information that I would like to, actually we have the Thai government, they have the lighter way to recruit the teachers, the public teacher. I think they in some recruitment they open the opportunity for the applicants who are a teacher, a temporary teacher in the public school who work for at least 3 years to have a special recruitment. This is the way that I think it's lighter in terms of we really reduce the pressure to push every general exam to them and make them more stressed in terms of they have to have a lot of intention to be a teacher. But this is one of the way that I think it's lighter for recruiting the teacher in Thailand. They have some some special requirement for the temporary public teacher in Thai system.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kevin. We have 2 more questions. But then I think eventually this development or this process is also connected with teacher quality. I think, the idea is for teacher quality to be established eventually. Now, the second question, let's proceed. Thank you for that question. So we have discouraging and encouraging, but then we have to understand the context behind what makes it encouraging and what makes it discouraging. All right. The number 2, The second question is about how are teachers usually deployed or assigned to the schools, although partly it was mentioned by Vietnam, but further, how are teachers assigned to special areas, very remote, disadvantaged? This time, we'll have perspective from, again. So, okay, the basis for this, we receive documents on appointment, assignment of teachers done by the national and local government and annually. These are the information that we receive, and that teachers may be assigned to urban and rural and special schools. Now, we need to clarify further and to hear from Brunei, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam on this particular issue or concern. How are teachers usually deployed, assigned to the schools? How are teachers assigned to special areas, very remote or disadvantaged area? So again, we have Brunei, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. All right, how about Cambodia? So,
Hello, it's okay. For Cambodia, actually, I can say in this early August, Cambodia just organizing new government. So some rules are eliminated and some new rules are placed by new government. Actually, before we assign the teacher by the Ministry of Education, and then to the department of the province, they assign teacher to the target school in any province. But nowadays, before they become a teacher, they have a national exam. So who want to be a teacher, they have to to join the examination, and then after they pass the examination, before the examination, they have to identify where they can teach or where they come from. Like I'm from the Takao province, from my birthplace.
Yeah, so I had to mention that I will go back to my hometown to teach there before I go to into the pedagogy to be a teacher for 1 year and a half. So after that, after they finish the pedagogy training, they will assign by the minister of education to go their hometown instead. Before when they before I mean like old regulation, all teacher are exam and then go to pedagogy and training for 1 year and a half. After that, the minister of education they will assign there to any place that he assigned.
But is there a ranking system? For example, I want to go back to my province. I took the pedagogy
Yeah.
or whatever training. Then during the examination, I will indicate I want to go back to my province. But however, there are like 10 of us who would want to go back to our province, like same province, for example. And then there are only 3 slots. Do you have ranking on those who pass, or how do you decide, for example, on those who prefer to go back to their hometown, same hometown, for example, but the demand for teaching is only like 3 slots or 3 positions, but many are, how are they assigned based on what?
Actually, it is a new regulation. It's still in implementation. It still not have any effect. Or I'm not sure about your question because of last time even they are assigned to the other province. After 2 years or 3 years, they can apply to change the place of their work to other place. Yeah.
There's also, let's say I indicated, okay, I'll go back to my province, but then I was not assigned in that particular post. I'll take the exam again
Yeah.
and then inform them that I want to be in the metropolis. I want to be in the center in Phnom Penh, for
Yeah.
example. So
But
that
at least
so
you
it's still
have
the
to,
exam.
to work in the post that the minister assign you to work. After 3 year or 2 year or 3 year, you can ask for change.
Okay, so there's a possibility that if you serve also in that particular area, then after certain number of years, then you can express your desire to go back to the center or to
Yeah.
Phnom Penh.
Yes.
Then you are eligible to transfer
Yes.
regardless of how you perform as a teacher, or should it be something with based on certain criteria?
Sorry.
Is it like, well, I want to go back to Phnom Penh after 3 years, that's okay? Or is it something like, oh, you should have performed this way so that you can teach in Phnom Penh area? No requirement as such.
No requirement. Yeah. There is all regulation. Yeah.
All
So,
discretion of the ministry.
yeah.
All right. For as long as you express that you want to transfer, it is on the discretion of the Ministry of Education if you will be transferred or not. Correct?
Yeah.
But initially there was an examination
But
taken.
in case they transfer, it's the same grade. I mean, if you are
Okay.
a high school teacher, you can transfer from province to the capital in the same grade. If you are want to teach
Be
in
transferred.
university or technical institute, you have to upgrade your skill or go to find another position or find another pedagogy to upgrade your skill, upgrade your like from the
Skills
bachelor
or
degree to
competency.
master degree or
Ah.
something like that.
So you have to upskill as if it is a different
Yeah.
grade level, if it is a different
I mean,
course.
when you are finished in 12th grade, standard grade, you can go to pedagogy and learn pedagogy for 1 year and go to teach for 6th grade below, 6th grade below.
But
Yes,
then you can
lower
go
level.
I mean, high school, for example, later. No.
If you want to go to high school, at least you have bachelor degree.
All right.
Just to be
So the deployment is very much dependent on first examination that they took,
Yeah.
and then they can change their place based on their expression of you. They have to express that, and so based on the discretion of the Ministry of Education, they can be transferred to their desired area of teaching.
Yes.
All right, thank you. How about Brunei or Vietnam? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to echo from Cambodia sharing. In Vietnam, it's the same thing happened. I mean, we also assign the teachers to the most remote and disadvantaged area, and the term will be 3 years for the female teacher and 5 years for the male teachers. So after the term, if they have the desire to come back, the local government will, we will need to make that rearrangement. So move them back to less disadvantaged area. And when the teachers are assigned for the remote area, they will get the supplement. They will have a higher salary, 70% top up for the teacher there. And also it is one-time supplement equivalent to 10 months of the basic salary for the teachers when they move from one area to the disadvantaged area.
So that's additional.
Yeah, additional, but only one time. I mean, at the beginning of the term, they will get the 10 equivalent to the 10 basic salary, 10 months basic salary. But that's for installment settlement of the teachers.
So that's from remote area to another area.
No, from to the remote area. When they move to the remote
To the
area,
remote area. Oh,
they will
so
get
it's a form of incentive.
Yes.
I see. So when
Reallocation. Yeah.
Yes, relocation
Yes.
incentive.
But I can say it kind of regular things for the teacher. But many teacher, when they move to the special area, they stay there for quite a long time, and then even they are not from their area.
All right. So at least you have the incentive to, if you go to the remote area, you receive this amount of money one time. It's a relocation incentive. So that's for Vietnam. So here, very crucial in the context of Cambodia, the Ministry of Education is powerful to assign you in certain area, whether you go from one, from a city to a remote area. All right. So we have, and of course, in the context of Myanmar, the performance is very important. So I think we have to put all this concept together because that's why I'm trying to ask question to Cambodia. Would the performance matter? Would other requirement be considered instead, aside from, expressing of interest? But then for the time being, it's enough in the context of Cambodia, right? So Brunei Darussalam.
Okay. In terms of size, I think you all know that Brunei is a very small country, so we are divided into 4 districts. So, looking at the question here, we have amongst the 4 districts, we have one district called Temburong, which is it takes about around an hour's drive from the city center. So that is what we would call as rural. It's not really rural, or we don't have really isolated areas. So usually I think teachers would have the opportunity to actually say which areas they want to teach in, but the final decision comes from the ministry where they are going to place them. And I think it also depends on the need of the numbers of teachers in that particular area and so on. So I think that is how they are usually deployed. Yeah.
So Brunei is a quite small country. That's why it's very small. So what do you mean by remote? Really? That's why she said should be in the question should have been given to a bigger country, because you can move around Brunei in less than a day, right? So it's like Singapore basically. 3 hours, right? No traffic and all. But yeah. Okay, so whatever applies what is applicable from one area is actually the same to another, because there's no such thing as remote in the context of Brunei Darussalam. Other inputs, maybe Indonesia is can share some insight because Indonesia is huge. They also have different times time zones.
3 times
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
the Malaysian.
About the assignment, the teacher in the remote area or in the rural or urban school, it's similar with Vietnam before. The teacher choose the school that they wanna to work. Also, not the government, not the other people, but the teacher self choose the school. That's why first they must decide first to they must decide first the location of the school that they will choose. Says that.
All right. So the decision lies with the teacher because we understand. Can you imagine if you're assigned in Jakarta, but you are from Borneo or something? So it's far apart, right? So anyway, so that's good because the teachers are empowered in terms of the recruitment process, and not unless of course they have to abide with whatever requirement, but at least in choosing where they want to teach, it lies with the teachers. That's good. Okay, so we've heard about the deployment of teachers, especially in those remote area, and it's good to know that there are some incentives for some countries, especially as mentioned by Vietnam. But of course, different country has its different context. Now, the third question is on the competency standards. So competency standards have been developed by different governments to guide teachers and the education sector in general on the needed required competencies of teachers at different career stages. So the question is, how do you ensure that necessary competencies are met by the new teachers or by new teachers? Are there in-service training to address competency gaps? So in the Philippines, of course, we have standards, but in other countries, so how do we ensure that necessary competencies are met by new teachers? Are there in-service training to address competency gap? So with this, we would like to ask Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste. So the question, how do you ensure that the necessary competencies are met by new teachers? Are there in-service training to address competency gap? We're giving the question to Timor-Leste, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, and Brunei, Darussalam again. Sorry. Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Timor-Leste. You don't want to answer anymore. All right. So we're expecting answer from Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Timor-Leste. Who wants to go first?
Okay.
Philippines.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
In the Philippines, we have it used to be called RPMS, no? So PPST. So we have a list of standards, and whatever the aim is attacked, no, by the inset, no, usually by the in-service training. Then there are also 3-day to 1-week trainings. Some are offered by private sectors or by NGOs. So actually, we will talk about that in presentation too. What else? Basically that's it. No? So I think one of the main aims of the Department of Education right now is to upgrade. No? So ano tawag din? Not upgrade it. Yeah, upskill the teachers. Upskill, that's the main aim, one of the main aims, upskilling of teachers.
Okay. How about in Timor-Leste? Mr. Francisco.
Thank you, ma'am. In Timor,
the Ministry of Education itself has what do you call it? I know a training center that trains the teachers. Basically, even though that you finished your bachelor degree, but then you have to go through all those stages, the training that ministry itself has put it in a training sections. And then when you get to the certain in-service trainings stages, that you'll be able to get those a certificate or those license to be able for you to be able to do teaching.
Okay, so there are different trainings.
Yes.
So that the teacher can be capacitated or their skills can be upgraded.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah.
Okay.
There's there's also once you done your training, then you go to do the actually practice.
Yep. Who decide the kind of training that should be given to the teacher? Should the teacher do teachers inform whoever the Ministry of Education that these are the competencies that I need, that I should be, working to address this competency gap of mine?
Yeah. The competencies, the training section itself, it has the there's a president, and then there's the training section, the trainers, and then when you go through all these trainings, and then there's competency that has decided all this. This is the president of the sector.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's for Timor-Leste. Then how about Malaysia?
For Malaysia, basically we have in-service training at the Institute of Teacher Training for new teachers coming, would-be teachers. They are required to pass all the exams, and also the standards that we have put in as a requirement for them to become a teacher. And also they have to pass not only the exams, they have to go through the teaching practicum, which is evaluated by their lecturers. And if they don't pass any one of these, they cannot become a teacher. So this competency is developed when they are in the teacher training institute already before they embark on the profession. And also the lecturers at the institute are always been upskilled with new criteria, new standards, especially when we have like a new curriculum coming in. So the lecturers must be updated, and also if we have new policies coming in from the ministry, so we like work closely with the institute lecturers, and that is how they are being always updated with the new standards and the new requirements which need to be passed by the would-be teachers. So I would say that the competency which is necessary by the new teachers addressed in our planning in the curriculum of the Teacher Institute. And also there is still there are still gaps in the new teachers or also existing teachers competency, because we have different levels of achievement, but still from time to time, this is where we put the continuous professional development for the teachers. So to make sure that the competencies are like at the same par for each one of them, and try to do the best for the students. Also, we especially when we have
now currently we are revamping the Teachers Institute to become more to be like upgraded to another higher level of education. So that is how we start with the institute lecturers and then go down to the in-service teachers.
All right, so it's more of a top-down kind of thing. So there's a decision coming from the ministry.
I'm sorry, I think I was talking about the pre-service teachers. I'm sorry. Okay, that was about pre-service teachers. Okay, the in-service teachers we always. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, I just realized now. Okay, for the in-service teachers we always have continuous professional development for the teachers. Yeah.
So there's already it's okay, it's okay. So you what you discussed earlier is for the pre-service teacher, but for the in-service teachers, there are already established program. What are the competencies that should be learned by teachers? All right. So thank you for that. No worries. Indonesia, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. There are actually 4 basic competence that must be possessed by the teacher in Indonesia, like pedagogical, personality, social, and professional competence. And this kind of competence are obtained through a professional education in the higher education. Also, I mean here in the university. Also, the new teacher that possess a bachelor of education, they will have these competencies. But for the in-service teacher, we have also a program to also program for them to apa ya, to learn more about these competencies. Also, this is a year program, and I will explain it later in the presentation. And from this program, we know that the teacher meet the requirement to be a professional teacher. That's why at the end of this program, they will get the teacher license or teacher certificate like that, and then they can get more money or more money.
Okay, so we can see from those questions, we had 3 questions answered by our participants. The first 2 on the first one is on recruitment, the other one is on the deployment teachers. The third one is, of course, is ensuring the competencies of teachers. Interestingly now, the first 2 questions, we have different answers based on the context of each country. So we can always say in the context of Vietnam, it's like this. In the context of Brunei, Darussalam, Cambodia, Myanmar. So we can see variation, and it's very interesting. And even the inside the sharing of Thailand earlier. Now, however, with the third question, it's seemingly common. There's an established program for us to, or for your teachers to be able to address the gap or the competency gaps. And so everyone is concerned on upskilling of the teachers. So with that, I hope we were able to be enlightened with the concerns of recruitment. And so Dr. Jaya still has some.
I mean, though, I think in terms of Brunei Darussalam, the deployment is usually as close to where the teachers are living as much as possible. They give them to the areas where the teachers are living. So in many cases, you'll find the teacher would say that, oh, I also studied in this school before. So they try to do that. I think that is also very good, so that, they don't have to worry about traveling far and so on. And they know the community. Yeah, I know, but still, it does, make a difference, I would say.
All right, Dr. Vinle.
Yeah, I just want to share one of the information about the in-service teacher training in Vietnam. So all of the teachers are required to have equivalent to 120 hours of the in-service training every year. And that program will be designed from the MOET, DOET, and also by the even school and province level. But one of the things that the teachers want most is now there's many different training programs, and they prefer that instead of, training by that design program, they can go for the different training center to get that training and can be considered to equivalent or a part of the in-service teacher training. But it has not been done yet. I don't know about in other countries whether it can be kind of the substitution for the former in-service training with some of the the teacher can go to any private center or any center to get the training.
Okay, so they can choose. No? That's interesting also, and that's part of. I think that's related to my earlier question to Timor Leste. Who decides? No. So in the context, Vietnam somehow gave the answer that the decision also lies on the teacher based on the competency that they need. They'll be getting a certain training in certain institution, certain organization, or whatever provider they have in Vietnam, for as long as they believe this is the competency gap that I need to address, right? All right. Thank you so much for your participation.
Those were some insightful discussions, everyone. So thank you, Dr. Shea, for facilitating this. Of course, there's more. So now we proceed with the second presentation on professional development of teachers, and this will be moderated by Dr. J. Aleta R. Villanueva, Associate Professor from the Faculty of Education of the University of the Philippines Open University.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. So similar to the first set of presentations, each will be given 10 minutes to present. So we will follow the same order of presentation. After all the presentations, we will have a 10-minute question and answer session. I've shared some of the questions with you already, so you can prepare beforehand. So let's proceed with the presentation. Yes. Oh, yeah, it's okay.
So very good afternoon. So we will start with the presentation number 2, which is on the professional development of teachers. All right. So in the case of Brunei Darussalam, to ensure that the teachers are, professionally developed and there is a PD going continuously. So they have the Brunei Darussalam Leadership and Teacher Academy. Yeah. So here you can see, right? So these are some of the examples. So the Teacher Academy was purposely built and established to ensure that there are the teachers are being trained and they are attaining competencies which are very important for them. So it was first started as this Brunei Darussalam Teacher Academy, and later the leadership component part was also added onto it. So what's the roles? All right. So the roles is to contribute to the development of teacher competency, to strengthen their teaching and learning process, to provide an avenue for professional network of educators in relation to teaching and learning, to strengthen partnership with stakeholders and collaborators in teaching and learning quality. And the activities that they would do is to organize events in the form of workshops, conferences, to have regular PD programs for teachers. So in this Teacher Academy, you have got 4 different kind of programs. 4 different kind of programs. So you have the signature series, the modular series, the toolbox series, and the bespoke series. So the signature series is one that it comprises of 5 tiers. So these tiers provide competency-based pathways to build capacity, career advancement, and professional development for teachers. Teachers can experience personalized learning opportunities, build self-regulation, efficacies, and so on. So this series is it would start from show you. So basically, this is how the series would be. For example, the signature series. So so it starts from the novice teacher, somebody who have just entered the profession, and then after completing certain number of competencies, they move on to the tier 2 teacher as teacher, and then lead teacher, senior teachers, and senior lead teachers. So for each components, for each tier, they would have different competencies that they'll be trained on. So basically, the competencies are based on this. There are 6 different competencies. They call it the Brunei Teacher Standards, yeah. So firstly is engaging students in intellectually challenging learning. The second standard is based learning on well-designed contents and methods. Standard 3 is suit work to students' individual needs. Standard 4 is use assessment and reporting effectively. Standard 5 is adopt and refine professional practice. And Standard 6 is demonstrate high standards of personal and professional conduct. So these 6 standards are further broken down into, altogether there are 17 competencies. So a teacher should achieve these 17 competencies. So therefore, this is one of the functions of the Teachers Academy, to ensure that the teachers would have all these competencies. Yeah. And then besides training the teachers, they also have the leadership part of the training, which is to nurture school leaders. So in terms of school leaders, you also have so you start with teachers with leadership potentials, or headmaster, assistant head of departments. So for each of these, they also have certain programs, okay? So for the tier 2, it'll be for senior master or senior mistress, and then from deputy principals, and then lastly to principals. So an example would be, this is for the first tier, right? So you can see, so some of the components that are here for the leadership program would be like training them on visionary human resource management, emotional intelligence, instructional leadership, strategic planning and management literacy, digital literacy, mentoring, coaching, and so on. And the other example is, this is for the headmasters and headmistress. So these are the kind of professional development that is happening back in Brunei for both the teachers and also for leaders, for school leaders. And these are basically the competency framework for school leaders. Yeah. And besides that, they also would like to encourage teachers who come in with special qualifications on certain areas. So there are areas of specialization. So they could actually want to specialize in 6 different areas. Sorry. Okay, this is on the specialist unit they call the teacher specialist unit. So for teachers who come with a special training on certain parts of education, so they could be trained to become either coaching specialists, curriculum instruction specialists, education measurement and assessment specialists, education technology specialists, education research specialists, or special education specialists. So these are for those who would like to specialize in certain areas in education. All right. So this is basically the selection criteria, how they would select the education specialist. So, and one more thing that I would like to say, when we're talking about professional development, it's not only just on competencies. I think it's very important also to look into the mental health, and also help them in terms of coping with the stress. I think in the morning during Dr. Rogers' presentation, he did talk about this as well. So in Brunei Darussalam, I don't know why the slides look like that. So Brunei Darussalam, they also have this special unit that was set up in March 2021, which is called the School Leaders and Teachers Wellbeing Unit. So one of the function is to provide support for teachers' well-being. So they have counseling sessions, they have hotline, and also something called ROPES, which is the reaching out program for educators. Yeah. So I think this is also very important when we talk about developing the teachers, ensuring that they are still, in the profession, able to cope with pressures. Now, the next question was major challenges faced in implementing successful teacher professional development initiatives. So one of the challenges, I think, it's support from the school leaders or the principal for the teachers to be able to actually continue with their professional development. Next, of course, time. We know that, teachers, they already have their scheduling. So they need to have enough time, the time matches with the time of their professional development activities. And of course, the other thing is the number of trainers that you'd have enough to ensure that everybody has a chance to be trained at that certain period of time. And lastly, the question was, how can teacher professional development be further promoted in your country? So one of the way is to also extend this professional development for other sectors, which is for the religious schools as well as for private school teachers. Secondly, to have more trainers to be able to train the new teachers, and of course, lastly, to be able to train the teachers in courses that are current and relevant to the current and recent times. Yeah, so I think that is all from me. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jaya from Cambodia.
So very good afternoon, everyone. May I continue to the presentation of the professional development of teacher. So some example, effective strategy and initiative being implemented to promote the professional development of teacher in Cambodia. First, teacher training. The Cambodian government, NGO, International Development Organization, and educational institute are offering various teacher training program workshop. The training program helps teachers to stay current and new teaching method, resource, and technology. Two, mentoring program are being implemented to build the new skill and knowledge of new and experienced teacher. More experienced teacher mentor this teacher in areas such as instructional strategy, classroom management, and curriculum development. Three, professional association. Several professional associations have been established in Cambodia to help connect teachers to resource, network opportunity, and other support. This association offers conference and workshop on various topics to help teachers stay in current and improve their teaching skill. For community participation and feedback have become increasingly important in Cambodia school. Teachers are encouraged to work with parents and students to identify areas for improvement and to create more effective teaching programs. 5, technology integration. More use of technology such as app and educational software is being implemented in Cambodia classroom to improve teaching outcome. 6, promote of higher education, the government has implemented measures to promote higher education among teachers and to provide scholarship for those who wish to continue their professional development. For this section, we can see that the community participation between school, parent, and a teacher in this every month. The government have addressed and regulation to all teachers have to meet with a parent every month to discuss with the parent about the study result of the student. And we try to create some network and some resources from external, like the development partner, like private sector, to provide, to give more experience, give more knowledge to the student, and to the teacher, and the teacher can share all new experience, new technology to the student also. The major challenge faced in implementing successful teacher in professional development. One, limited resources. Cambodia has limited financial and human resource to invest in teacher professional development program. This can severely limit the design, implementation, and effectiveness of professional development initiative. Two, education infrastructure in many rural areas is inadequate, which limit the access of teachers to professional development activities. It can be difficult to design and implement professional development programs that are effective in such context. Three, limit number of qualified trainers. There is a shortage of qualified trainer, educator, and expert to design, implement, and evaluate professional development program. This can hinder the quality and the effectiveness of those programs. Actually, in the Ministry of Education in Cambodia, we have the Department of Quality Assurance. They always come and go to the province every 3 months, to check the training program, to check the curriculum, to check the performance of the teacher every month. And they are finding the lack of the qualified or lack of the qualification of the teacher, and they try to on the job training to fulfill the shortage of the teacher qualification. But because of the resource and fund shortage, they can make only few school or few teacher in the nearest in the capital. So we try to finding supporting fund from the partner or from the development partner also. Four, limit access to technology. While technology is being increased use in the classroom, many schools in Cambodia do not have the necessary technology infrastructure to support effective technology-based professional development program. Even we have the platform like e-learning platform that developed by the Ministry of Education, but because of internet connectivity in some rural area, we cannot use the internet, so the platform or application that developed by the ministry cannot used by the teacher, and new technology seem to be cannot access to the rural area. Fifth, limited participation. Attendance at voluntary professional development program and activity can be limited due to low motivation, low morale, and a lack of incentive for teachers to participate. Six, bureaucracy. Often the bureaucratic procedure and regulation for assessing professional development can be complex and time-consuming, creating barrier for participation. In this section, when the ministry create a program for develop a training program to upgrade or fulfill the qualification of the teacher, some department, they don't allow to the teacher who in rural area to join the training workshop or training program, because of when they come to join the training program or workshop program in the capital, they got some allowance like living allowance or transportation allowance. So they put only official in the department. So the needed teacher cannot join the training or development program in the capital. Cultural factor. Cambodia has a hierarchical culture where it may be challenging for teachers to participate in the professional development activity that are facilitated by educators or experts from the outside the community. This may lead to resistance to participants. How can teacher professional development be further promoted in Cambodia? One, collaboration and partnership development. Develop collaborative partnership between the government, NGO, education institution, community group, and private sector to increase resource and expert available for teacher and professional development program. Two, use technology, promote the integration of technology into teaching practice as well as the use of technology for professional development. For example, use online courses or webinar to make professional development more accessible and reduce the need for physical attendance. Three, increase opportunity for teacher engagement. Foster opportunity for teacher to take an active role in professional development, such as by providing them with leadership role, opportunity to share their own knowledge or showcasing their successes. Four, provide teacher incentive. Provide teacher with incentives such as training, stipend, promotion, or additional benefit like housing or transportation to promote their participation in professional development program. Five, develop a comprehensive teacher development system. Develop a comprehensive teacher development system that include a range of professional development opportunities such as mentoring, apprenticeship, training workshop, and online learning. Six, invest in trainer and mentors. Increase and invest in qualified trainer and mentors to ensure the quality of effective of professional development program. Seven, enhance community involvement. Enhance community involvement and support for teacher professional development programs such as increase their awareness of education-related issue and activity. For example, invite community members to attend workshop and give feedback on improvement needed in teaching practice. There are many ways to promote teacher professional development in Cambodia. Implementing their initial require a collaborative effort between government, NGO, education institution, and the community. Ultimately, teacher training and develop should be high priority for Cambodia improve the quality education for future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kat. And next is Ms. Limala from Indonesia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation. Before discussing about the professional development of teachers in Indonesia, we will first discuss the principle of professionalism for teachers in Indonesia. And this principle are regulated in Republic of Indonesia Law number 14 of 2005 concerning teachers and lecturers. In this law, it is stated that various aspects that are part of professionalism include academic qualification, competencies, income, lifelong learning, legal protection, and professional organization. Therefore, the strategy to enhance the professionalism of teachers are emphasized on this aspect. In the same law, chapter 4 on teachers and part 1 about the qualification, competencies, and certification that teacher must possess and master. To maintain the quality of education in Indonesia and uphold the professionalism of teachers, teachers are required to have academic qualification at the bachelor program level. Additionally, teacher must also master teacher competencies, which include pedagogical competence, personality competence, social competence, as well as professional competence. And these 4 competencies are obtained through professional education. And moreover, Article sorry. Yeah, in Article 11, the professionalism of teacher must be proven with certificate known as the education certificate or education license. Teacher or prospective teacher must undergo specific education to obtain the certificate for teacher who have already been teaching in school, and the education program referred to is Program Pendidikan Guru or PPG dalam jabatan, or in English we know it the in-service teacher professional education program. This is one program. We have actually more than one program, and today we want to share about this information. And this program is implemented by the government at the national level. And decided that university play a role in delivering education for this program. The prospective student must meet various requirements. Also, they have the status of an in-position or in-service teacher and active perform teaching duties for the past 3 years, possess an academic qualification of a bachelor degree or a diploma of 4, have a unique educator and education personnel number, be no older than 58 years old, be physically and mentally healthy, be free from narcotic, psychotropic substances, and other addictive substances, have good conduct, and be registered in the Ministry of Education's Basic Education Data System. There are several stages in the implementation of this program, including the determination of the number of the student. It is done by the Minister of Education. And then the program socialization. It is also carried out by the Ministry of Education through the Directorate General. And the socialization is carried out with the educational institution and the university. And then the student selection. This is also nationally conducted, and then the program implementation. As mentioned earlier, the program is implemented at university designed by the government. There are various requirements that this university must meet to participate in this program, such as the number of lecturers with doctoral degree and the facilities that support learning. Not only the public university that can join this program, but also the private ones. And the list of the participating university can be accessed through the provided QR code. And there are a lot of universities that join this program. Regarding the program implementation, the students must complete 36 credits. This credit is achieved through the recognition of prior learning and learning with the PPG program. After completing all coursework, a comprehensive examination is conducted. The examination serves as a prerequisite for participation in the practicum. The practicum is required for participating in the competency exam. In the competency exam, there are two assessments conducted, namely performance and knowledge assessment. The successful student receive the educator certificate or educator license as a mark of their professionalism. Despite the program benefit, there are also challenges in conducting this program. The challenges from student perspective include competition among prospective students. There are a lot of students that want to join. There are a lot of teachers that want to join this program. And then the time management from the teacher, if they join this program, they also teach in the school. So it is a little bit too much for the teachers. And the mastery of technology and internet access difficulties and lack of facilities. Furthermore, for the perspective on instructor of mentor teachers, it has been found that older students have difficulty understanding the material and students struggle to find relevant literature, and students from remote area, we call it daerah 3T, underdeveloped, frontier, and remote area, have difficulty in preparing administration and learning related documents, such as creating lesson plans and analyzing core competencies and basic competencies. For these challenges, there are various ways that the Indonesia government can take, including providing internet access, providing adequate school facility that can be used by the teacher, offering special classes for elderly students, and prioritizing teacher for remote area or daerah 3T, enhancing student literacy, especially in reading and technology literacy. Thank you.
I will be doing the presentation on behalf of Dr. Sambumi, who cannot join us today. This is from Lao PDR, so I'll just be reading from the slide. So for professional development of teachers, examples of effective strategies and initiatives being implemented to promote the professional development of teachers in Lao. Many reports indicate teachers, both in primary and secondary school, had low knowledge and pedagogical skills. And in response, there was a set of strategy to upgrade teacher training colleges to professional development centers for all pre-service and in-service training and pedagogical advisor training. Okay. And there is also a move to improve teaching standards for lecturers at the TTCs or the teacher training colleges and faculties of education. And there is a development of new curricula for teacher training colleges, which include knowledge on the non-formal system for future teachers to improve linkages between formal and non-formal education system. As for challenges, there are teachers' shortage crisis, particularly in rural and remote areas due to a quota system and language barriers, and this is across multi-ethnic groups. The economic downturn in Laos has not just affected teachers, but also led to an alarming number of students not being able to complete their higher education. Many students don't want to continue their studies at the university. Another challenge would be the government is now considering several solutions to address these challenges. In particular, the shortage of teachers, including increasing the quota of allocated teachers, postponing retirement of senior teachers with good health, formulating specific policies for teachers in rural areas, and providing support to financially disadvantaged students. So thank you for listening. Now we can call on Dr. Hani from Malaysia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zainin from Ministry of Education Malaysia to continue presenting on our okay. First of all, I'll start with the data of students and teachers in Malaysia. Next slide is we have 10,233 schools, which are composed of 7,779 primary schools and 2,454 secondary schools, and we have more than 400,000 teachers, and unfortunately, we have only like 115,955 male teachers compared to more than half of that number of female teachers. And we have more than 5 million students. The number of girls and boys are about the same, which is half and half. For the total of 5 million, about 5,092,000 students. And okay, next slide. This is our education blueprint. It's called the Malaysia Education Blueprint to 2013-2025, which has set clear targets that need to be achieved in terms of quality, equity, and access within 13 years, and it's going to be it's going to end in 2025, and we are working on a new blueprint to continue with this. And in this blueprint, we have set 5 outcomes for the Malaysia education system as a whole, which includes the access, quality, equity, unity, and efficiency in the system. And also, this blueprint offers a vision of the education system and student aspirations that Malaysia needs, and suggests 11 strategies and operational shifts that would be required to achieve that vision. So among these 11 shifts, shift number 4 is about teacher, which is to transform teaching into the profession of choice. And to achieve this shift, we have taken a lot of initiatives, which include to raise the entry bar for teachers to be amongst the top 30% of graduates, which is what we are doing currently, where we select only the best candidates, the top 30% candidates to be recruited as teachers, as like qualified teachers at our schools. And this means that the ministry has enforced the entry standards to ensure that all our teachers meet the minimum requirement, academic requirements, and also the not only academic but also other physical requirements that they have to pass to be teachers. Okay, and for this purpose, the ministry work closely with the higher education ministry. We have different 2 ministries, Ministry of Education and Ministry of Higher Education. So we work closely with higher education ministry to project the number of our teachers that we need, the number of teachers that we need, and in what area of subjects. And they, the higher education ministry will like project their intake and also the graduates that they fit for our schools. And the next one is to revamp our teacher training institute, where we select only the top students who finish the secondary schools among the 30% of top students. And this has been our requirement since 2013, which to tackle the problems that it used to be like people look down at the teacher qualification, the selection of the new teachers. So now we have this cream of students who enter our teaching training institute, and they who become the teachers later. And then the next initiative is to upgrade the quality of continuous professional development, or CPD. This is what I missed to answer just now, okay, because I was talking about the new teachers, but for in-service teachers, we also have our CPD put in place to for our teachers to upgrade and upskill themselves, okay, and this initiative is laid out to not is being carried out by the ministry only. We lay this out to the state education department, district education department, and also the schools administrators, and they are the one who run most of the activities, the initiatives for CPD. And the next initiative is to focus teachers on their core function of teaching. And the ministry is working harder now to reduce the workload of teachers. This has been a main issue in our country, which a lot of teachers have been complaining about the workloads that they have to do other than teaching, the administrative, the clerical jobs that they have to do. So the ministry is working harder now to reduce that kind of task. And then to implement competency and performance-based career progression, to enhance pathways for teachers into leadership, master teaching, and subject specialist roles, and also to develop a peer-led culture of professional excellence and education process. These are all the initiatives under the Shift 4 to transform our teaching professionalism in Malaysia. Next slide is these are the framework or the models that we have developed to increase our professionalism in teaching in Malaysia. We have so far we have these are the latest one. We have this teacher professionalism development master plan, the first one, and then the continuous professional development plan for teachers and school leaders. These two have laid out the guidelines for teachers and also school administrators for them to participate and to upskill, to upgrade their also from time to time to motivate them in teaching, and also in the end to retain them in the profession. And the next slide is okay. In these two documents, we developed we put them all this in place as guidance for teachers, new teachers, and also in-service teachers. And what covers in these two documents are teacher professionalism, training roadmap, competency development, continuous professional development, and professional development governance in the first document. And this one is more on the operational task, how to do the the activities that they have to do. Okay, I will go through briefly for each one of the master plan that we have for teacher professional development. Okay, the first one is the next slide is about teacher professionalism framework that we use to as a guide for us, for teachers to go through from their first start their career until as they go along, how they can find ways or opportunities to upgrade themselves or being promoted. We have pre-service phase. This phase starting from the selection of candidates who meet the. I'm sorry, this one is in our language, okay? I'm telling you what it means by this, okay? The pre-service phase is starting from the selection of candidates who meet the criteria to follow teacher training at the higher education level. And selected candidates must pass the study program and obtain a specialist qualification at the first stage. And at this stage, if they don't pass, the purple one, the bottom one is they are not qualified. Okay, and they are out. Okay, and they don't enter the profession. And then the next phase is the early service phase. At the second one, a teacher is appointed to the permanent position of the first grade that we call them as at a 41 grade. That is the first level of teacher's grade. And they are registered as a Malaysian teacher. That means you are qualified and licensed to teach as Malaysian teacher. And then they implement teaching and learning during this initial period of service and undergo an induction and a mentoring program. They are required to do all this. And also they get support from the organizational resources. And then the next phase is the career enhancement phase. At this phase, teachers who are competent and achieve the set performance level can choose between 3 career paths, which are teaching and learning path, leadership path, and also education expertise path. The development and strengthening of the teacher career is supported through competency development by undertaking structured professional development activities independently or organized by the organization. I mean, they can say if for teachers who are proactive teachers, they find the courses, the training for them to upgrade. My time is up. Can I have like 3 more minutes? Okay. We have a teacher professionalism pathway. I mean the path that they can choose, the teaching and learning, they stay at school. Okay. And the leadership path, they can apply to be at state or district department office or even to the ministry. And also the education expertise part, they can become like experts in their own field. Okay. And then but even though they choose their path, there is a mobility among for them to change later on. Okay. And the teacher training roadmap, next one is, this is the roadmap where we have the first grade when they enter the profession, and then until they have they come to the end, which is the highest at school level of grade that they can achieve. And all this has been like a motivation for them to upgrade and upskill themselves to become more become better and being promoted to the next level of grade. And of course, these grades plays important role in their career path to become like the next level of maybe the middle managers and also the upper managers at district or state or the ministry level. Okay. And some of the challenge, I think we can skip all this. I want to highlight the challenges that we have in our CPD program. The next slide. I think the last one. We have despite all these programs, initiatives that we have in place to encourage and motivate our teachers, there are challenges among teachers, which are some of them are too complacent at their place or their grade right now. They don't want to move. They don't want to upgrade. They don't want to do anything. They just want to stay put there. So this is one of the challenges. And also the workload, teachers' workload in Malaysia has been a big issue. And the ministry is trying hard to reduce the workload. And also the sustaining change. Some teachers, they are like motivated and encouraged at one point. But then once they get there, they become like they cannot sustain the change that they have had. So they don't go on to the next level. And also support, and maybe in some parts of the initiative that we have put down, some of them get not enough support to the teachers. Okay, so that and how can this our CPD be further promoted in our country? I would say that we always encourage for private schools to adapt and also to adopt our plan and also adapt to what they have in their schools, because private school teachers are not required to follow all this what I have presented. So that is all from me. Thank you.
Next, we welcome Dr. Alegario from the Philippines.
Okay. Um, for me, no, effective professional development results in changes in teacher practices and improvement in student learning outcomes. So this is my, I don't know, personal parameter. No, so these are the 7 criteria. The professional development focuses on teaching strategies associated with specific curriculum content, incorporates active learning, which engages teachers directly in designing and trying out teaching strategies. This approach moves away from the lecture-based. It creates space for teachers to share ideas and collaborate in their learning, often in job-embedded contexts. It uses models of effective practice, provides coaching and expert support, offers feedback and reflection, and is of sustained direction. So these were my criteria when I chose the best practices in our country. Personally, I'm active in this area. So it's my personal advocacy to help the country in uplifting the teachers, no, upskilling the teachers. So one of the things that I did is with Save the Children, and it's we created modules for social emotional learning and brain skills, and we call this process co-design workshop. So using again the criteria, no? So these were the things that we did that fit the criteria. Okay. So one is that the teachers co-designed and tried out teaching strategies with us. No? So it's not that we told them what to do, but we created all the modules with the teachers. So it's the teachers were not passive recipients, but they gave much input in the process. Actually, the 2 projects are still ongoing. And then the teachers worked in group across levels and across subjects, thinking of their own context. So when you get to see the modules, you'd really feel that all the modules were context-based. The frameworks that we used are provided. No? So that's the expertise that we provided to the teachers, and samples were given. We served as the coaches. Now, we from the University of the Philippines served as the coaches, but we considered the teachers as experts too. So we give feedbacks on their outputs and they reflect on them and improve in the next output. So we really, there was really much work put into the creation of the modules. So it's not just a 1 or 3 day workshop. It's not even a 1 week workshop, but it's a workshop that lasted for a year. No? So it lasts for a long time. Another good practice that I'm into is the action research training. So here we focus on doing action research with actual topics to work on. So because in the Philippines, we ask teachers to do action research. The teachers design their own action research and implement them. And we encourage collaboration with colleagues in the workplace because the research with a group is easier than doing it alone. So doing research with a group is easier than doing it alone. We gave models. I gave models of good and published articles, and then we coach them from the page 1 of their research up to the last page of their research. So the teachers revise their outputs based on the critiquing done. So we had several meetings for critiquing, and it was online. Okay. And this collaboration with the teacher lasted for at least 5 months. I had several action research trainings already, and it usually would last for at least 5 months. Okay. Another best practice, another good practice is that of the Teach for the Philippines. So this lasts for 2 years. No? So Teach for the, I read it for you. Teach for the Philippines works towards a vision where all Filipino children will benefit from an excellent, inclusive, and relevant education. To do this, the Teach for the Philippines develop leaders driven to lead positive, lasting change in public school communities and through deep understanding of the system, advance education reform throughout their lifetime. So the fellowship program is a 2-year. No? So take note, the professional development is not just for 1 week, but it lasts for 2 years. No? So it's a leadership development program where promising Filipinos who are passionate about building the nation through education develop themselves as transformational teachers and leaders. I've met a lot of their products, okay, graduates of the Teach for the Philippines, and they're very good teachers. Another is it's a personal experience because I believe in mentoring. It's not really happening yet much in the Philippines, but I think the Department of Education is starting to put mentoring in place. No? But as a teacher, when I first taught in the basic education, I was mentored by my co-teachers and principal. No? So there are very good principals in the country who would mentor the teachers. So they focused, both my co-teachers and principal focused on my own strategies on actual subjects taught. There were lesson planning meetings and sessions. The teachers of the same subject collaborated in designing the lessons. So according to Darling, Hammond, and et al., no, the criteria that I use, such collaborative approaches have been found to be effective in promoting school change, that such collaborative approaches extends beyond individual classrooms. The teachers observed one another, so I was able to see a lot of teachers doing all the types of teachers, and I learned from both the best and the worst practices. Senior teachers and principals coached us, the younger teachers then, to improve teaching, and there was reflection after critiquing, so it was automatic, and the mentoring was whole year round. Okay, that's what I want to emphasize in this talk. What are the major challenges in implementing successful professional development? According to Gonong, so these were the actual statements of the teachers. There's lack of time for professional learning. Not all teachers are given opportunities, especially those who come from the far-flung areas. Taking units for MA or attending training will mean the students will be left unattended as there is no system to cover for teachers who aren't around for official business. In the Philippines, we lack teachers. I think it's like in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. We need, or in Vietnam, I can't recall, we need 100,000 more teachers, okay? So, and then the financial problems, because some of the, as I've said earlier in our roundtable discussion, some were given by private, some of the trainings were provided by private institutions, by private companies, and so the teacher had to pay for their training. Another main challenge is that I think we still tend to be traditional in our professional development. No? So there's a need for us to change the paradigm, the thinking. What kind of training of professional development is a traditional type of professional development? It's the inspectional type of model. So in this traditional type of model, which may be still happening in the Philippines, the administration comes into a classroom, takes notes or checks whether the teacher is meeting a set of criteria, and leaves the classroom giving no feedback, or if there's a feedback, it may mean that the teacher may get a lower grade or a higher grade. And based on this brief evaluation, the teacher may be renewed, tenured, or promoted. In the Philippines, we have the PBB, productivity-based bonus, no? So am I correct in saying that it's PBB, no? So it tends to be negative, no? To have a negative impact on the teachers, because I think teacher training should not revolve around being renewed, being tenured, and being promoted. Okay, what is the suggested type of professional development? It's the clinical supervision type of professional development. It fosters teacher development through discussion, observation, and analysis of teaching. The observation are conducted in a gentle way. In the Philippines, we still tend to fear, not to be afraid of observations, because of the fact that the teachers may be renewed, tenured, or promoted. The feedback is given in a respectful manner, and teachers regard observations and assessment of their work as an opportunity to grow and develop their career. So that's what I experienced in the school where I had that kind of mentoring. So what I think should be done is that we need to put mentoring in place, because mentoring happens in the classroom and then in a long period of time. This is my last slide. We need to change our paradigm from the top-down approach to a bottom-up approach. Okay, so I think that says everything already. So thank you so much.
Now we can have Ms. Piyapa from Thailand. Good afternoon again. How can I click? All right, okay. So again, good afternoon from the SEAMEO Regional Center for Sufficiency Economy Philosophy for Sustainability, SEAMEO SEP in Thailand. And previously, I was at the SEAMEO Secretariat as a KM manager. So I'm here with the SEAMEO SEP as a program officer. And I would like to inform you about the agency for teacher professional development in Thailand to give you a background a little bit about the Thailand system. Teacher professional development are mostly decentralized by the related governmental agencies, development agencies, and district educational service areas, but centralized by the Ministry of Education, Teacher Council, in terms of the policy, competency, and measurement. But however, apart from the Ministry of Education and Teacher Council, there are other inter-development agencies such as like UNESCO, SEAMEO, British Council, GIZ that provide various teacher professional development programs to the teachers in Thailand. But in close connection with the Ministry of Education, you could see that at the provincial level, education service area also play very important roles, and school themselves in terms of the teacher capacity development. But however, in Thailand, we also encourage the teachers to do the self-learning and classroom research action similar to the Philippines. And at national level, there is, we call INNOTECH, which is the National Institute for Development of Teachers, Faculty Staff, and Educational Personnel that play a very important role for the teacher development in terms of the pedagogies and also other general area of the teacher professional development. And local teacher development agency, NGO, also important for the teacher development programs. Universities also important in terms of through the Faculty of Education, teacher colleges and research institutions also provide several teacher training, especially on the upskill, reskills, and new skills for the teachers. So we could see that the professional development program for teachers in Thailand focus on level of the teachers, including the pre-service teachers, education and school leaders, in-service teachers, general education personnel, and including the part-time teachers. And this is the new initiative we call the new expected performance level based on accreditation. So this was launched by the Office of the Teacher Civil Service and Education Personnel Commission, has defined the key concept in the improvement of the criteria and methods for the assessing the accreditation of teachers and educational personnel. This accreditation aims to strengthen the capability of the teachers to enable them to develop themselves further according to their accreditation levels. So this accreditation of teachers also reflects their expertise, dedication, hard work, continuous learning, self-improvement, teaching development through practical experience and student learning outcomes. You will see that each step, like starting from the teacher, and after 4 years of the experience, they have to prove
that they have been improved in terms of the criteria that they're setting. And then they can be the professional level. And then they work for another 4 years. And at that time, along the way, they need to record all the achievement or to prove that they have been improved. And then another 4 years, they could be the senior professional. And the key performance that if you want to be the senior professional, you need to be originate and improve the education system or even in the classroom. And then to become the expert level, you require another 4 years. And then in that level, you need to invent and transform the, whatever that you involve. And then to become the senior expert, you need to create an impact. So that means that, it would take over than 16 years of the Thai teachers, starting from the, just graduated to become the senior expert level. Right. So it need like, experience gathering and accumulated of the skills and teaching experts of the teachers. It's quite a long way to go. So let me move to the next part. So this is the example of the initiative of the professional development of teachers in Thailand. So we are now, as I informed you already, that for the competency framework of the teachers centralized by the Ministry of Education, so they launched the teacher competency framework for Industry 4.0. This is cut across all the country level, including the basic education, vocational education, and university teachers. And then we also introduced the digital performance appraisal, which I just presented to you. But however, there are more details in that, framework, which I could not present because it's gonna be longer than 5 minutes. That they just show me the sign. And then the next one, we also introduced the improvement of the professional recognition and incentive for academic recognition, the one that I just mentioned to you. And number 4, I think this one can help Philippines to do it. I know that our teachers has a problem with the financial issues. So we launched financial literacy capacity development for the teachers to solve the teacher loans and personal debt that is, very popular right now in Thailand. And since SDG evaluation will be end by 2030, so in Thailand right now, we promote capacity building program SDG, especially ESD, environment and energy for education leaders and teachers at provincial level. So that at the moment, all provinces in Thailand, they conduct huge, or I can say the massive training for the education leaders and teachers, how the school can reach to the SDG goal according to the UNESCO sustainability goal. And then the last one, promoting coding in teaching and learning, improving the digital and technology competency of the K-12 and vocational technical education teacher. So major challenges, I think that everybody have already mentioned about the workload of non-teaching activities, attractive incentive promotion, accreditation, supportive environment. And I would like to highlight this thing, lifelong learning culture. I think that in Thai culture, we have this very limitation on lifelong learning culture. And this, you can see the graph here. This is one of the SEAMEO webinar. I would say that all the SEAMEO webinars, even we have like 10,000 participants, 4,000 participants, 80 to 90% are from the Philippines. I don't know why. Can someone tell me after this, this session? Even not just only the normal webinar, master teacher training that I conduct, even the awards, regional award, even like use capacity building program, or even like youth award, 70% Filipinos entries. And the second population are Indonesia and Malaysia. Thank you very much for your participation. But you know how many that Thai participate? Only 2% from 100, only 2% that average that we got participation from Thailand. Even the SEAMEO Secretariat are, and other centers located in Thailand. We also have very small participation from Thai teachers and also students. So I could say that this is a lifelong learning culture that could affect to the motivation for the teacher to learn new things. And how can teacher professional development be further promoted in Thailand? Firstly, policy with number of hours. I think that every country is now doing about this. Improve motivation and incentive. Everybody trying to do it. Promote participation of school teachers, students in regional and international programs and awards and mobility programs. I think that this one very strong, especially in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. You know what? Because they can exchange the creativity and ideas with the teacher in other countries. But for Thailand, I observed that we don't have that particular policy. If one school would like to partner with another school in another country, or they do the teacher exchange, student exchange, and do they get the special credit from the Ministry of Education? I think that is limited in Thailand right now. But in Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, they really promote in terms of the transnational cross-border activity, international partnership among the countries. So the last one, we would like to promote lifelong learning culture to school leaders, teachers, and students in Thailand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now for the next person to share, Mr. Francisco, is that it? From Timor-Leste.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. The second presentation, it's about professional development of teachers. So, what some more examples of effective strategies, initiative being implemented to promote the professional development of teacher in your country? Based in a strategy plan of the government of Timor-Leste through the Ministry of Education, has established the National Institute for Training of Teachers and Education Professional at national, regional, and municipal levels to provide training to teachers and educational professionals, bilateral, regional, and multilateral cooperation with other countries, international and national agencies on capacity building to improve the quality of teachers and to improve the quality of education. One of the examples is as Timor-Leste is participating in the SEAMEO, INNOTECH, and other SEAMEO centers in Asian countries, members, and churches. What are the major challenges faced implementing successful teachers' professional development initiative? And yeah, there's some phrase misspelling. But anyway, convincing the decisions makers of the important of making those decisions. This is lack of strategies and communications between teachers and the school leaders. The insufficient teachers to cover all the classes. Let's say sometimes one teaches based on some other subjects, but then he has to be forced to teach in other subjects. Multi-grades in the same classrooms. Long distance between homes and schools. The infrastructures, not enough classrooms. The buildings, and there's no place for the teachers to keep the books in the right places. Depolitizing these decisions, limited knowledge on teachers professionals, quality issues, reputation and dropouts, lack of learning and teaching materials, and improving the quality of learning through teachers training and curriculum developments. Shortage of qualified and experienced teachers. Of the qualified teachers, many have expertise in one disciplines, like I said, I mentioned earlier, but are required to teach in a multidisciplinary learning environments. Others do not come from teaching background, but teachers are often required to teach multi-grade classes in response to teacher and classroom shortage. Getting a real number of, this is supposed to be teachers nationwide, but it says nationwide there. Creating staff profile and training teachers. Training inconsistency. Teachers goes to the training, but in the inconsistency. And poor tracking of training impact. Created more virtual training for the teachers in the rural areas that are cannot hard for the teachers to come all the way to the city to attend the trainings. Create more virtual trainings. Language issues. Sometimes some province in Timor, which is they cannot speak the official language. They speak their own language, and the teachers has to force to teach in the province language, but not in official language. How can teachers' professional development be further promoted in my country? Developing the teachers' competence framework for all teaching levels. Approval of teachers' training legal diplomas for continuous and specializing trainings. To conclude, the teachers represents a commitment from the government with the aim of improving the quality of teaching to contribute decisively to higher rate of success in education, in school, in the country. I think this is all from my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse us for a while. We would like to acknowledge the presence of our Center Director, Professor Leonor Magdolis Briones. Good afternoon, ma'am, and thank you very much for joining us.
The last presenter will be coming from Vietnam. Dr. Wei.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I just want to give the last presentation about the professional development of the teacher. So first of all, I would like to give you a context about the professional development in Vietnam in the last 5 years, because we approved the new curriculum in 2018. So it has been a big picture of the professional development surrounding of the new curriculums and the new textbook. So my presentation will have 3 parts. The first one about the strategy and the initiative that has been implemented in the last 5 years. And the second one will be about the challenge. And the third one will be the last question, how to promote teacher professional development further in the future. So first of all, as I mentioned, we have the new curriculum in 2018, and it has been rolled out starting from 2020. So all of the professional development in the last 5 years has been surrounded by that new curriculums. In 2017, MOET also issued the teacher competency framework. So I have seen, along some of the presentation by other countries when we mentioned about the competency framework. But from our perspective, I have to mention that it is very important. But also, how can we implement that? How can we make it effectively? Will be a big question, because after the framework has been rolled out, when the self-assessment and evaluation, most of the teacher will meet that standard. So sometimes it will be confusing about the teacher competency framework and also about the degree requirement for the teacher. We keep, discussing about the importance of that. And so, the competency framework are very important, but how can we make use of that? How can we use that to develop the training program for the teacher will be more important than we say this one is the requirement for the teachers. Yeah. So I want to mention about one important program that has been implemented alongside with the new curriculums in Vietnam. It is called the Enhancing Teacher Education Program, INNOTECH. It is funded by World Bank when we prepare for the new curriculums. Here is the intervention logic for the INNOTECH programs. You can see it's quite complicated. It has defined the goals, the development indicators, the monitoring and evaluation indicators, and also financing indicator. So the mission for that and the priority for that is to connecting the government department from the central level to the local levels and linking the MOET, the Teacher Training University, and the DOET, the Department of Education and Training, to the school and for the teacher trainings, and try to get the linkage between the public-private partnership and investor collaborating in the state management units. You can see the model here. Basically, the Ministry of Education and Training will be the central body and working with the University of the Pedagogies to develop the programs, and the university will deliver the program to all of the department of trainings, and then we can have the several cycle when the training will be conducted at the province level. You can see the objective here. The highest objective is to strengthen the key teacher training university, develop an assessment system for the training needs, provide the ongoing training, and expand the access to training through the technologies. And 9 modules have been developed along the new curriculum. The first one will be the guidelines for the implementing the new general education program, how can to develop the quality and the competency of the teacher and so on. And you also can see some of the modules are kind of up to date. For example, the module 7, when implementing and establish the safe school, preventing the school violence in the general school, or the module 8 about the cooperation between the school, family, and society to for the student, and the module 9 about the application of the ICT. Their own, the new modules that will be implemented for all the teachers across the country. And here is the training model that has been implemented. We call it 537 or 727 training models. So all of the training start with the self-study component, where the teacher will have 5 or 7 days of self-study through the learning management system. They have to complete the multiple choice test and the exercise to complete the first model. And then they will conduct the 3 or 2 days online with the trainer, with supporting from trainers. So they have to listen to the lecture, discussion, Q&A, and also complete another check test. And after that, they will have the 7 days self-studying, doing assignment, self-study with the support, and complete exercise practice and module assignments. So you can see when we design this program, we take into account that the professional development is very different from the normal teacher, from normal lecture. It is for the elder learning. So most of the time, we try to encourage the teacher to self-study, self-checking, and with some of the discussion with the moderators. And you can see some of the pictures. Actually, we find it is quite fortunate because when we implement the program, it is the COVID-19 time. And we don't understand if we don't have this model, these training models, then what will happen? Because during 2019 and 2021, everything needs to be done online, and we roll out the new curriculums. How can we prepare for the teacher for the new curriculum and the textbook? And this solution is very helpful during that time. You can see we can, support the teacher during that, and most of the training has been conducted online, and the satisfaction level of the school teachers are quite high. Take it into account that we should minus the factor of the COVID pandemic, the limitation of the face-to-face intervention. But anyway, this model has been so to be quite effective, and it's a lesson learned during the recent years of Vietnam. So in total, we have 32,000 schools and more than 850,000 teachers and education managers has been involved in this program. 8 core university of education and 63 department of education has been involved in the process. Another initiative that I want to mention is from bottom up. The ETAP is a top down, and this one is a bottom up, like in the presentation by Philippines when mentioned, for the teacher training, both from the top down and also from the bottom up. It is called the Teacher Activity Group Initiative. It has been implemented by our institution, the Vietnam National Institute of Education and Science. So we encourage the teacher sharing and the group working between the teacher. We start with the English subject, and now the project has been expanded and funded by GPE to working with a different subject as well. And now the focus is about the science subject. I would like to share with you that it is the first time we have the science subject in the lower secondary school. In the past, we have physics, chemistry, and biology. And now we come the integrated program subject. And it's quite challenging for the teacher because the physics teacher, they complain that they cannot teach chemistry, biology complain they cannot teach physics. So we want to create kind of the activity groups so the teacher from the natural science subject can share the knowledge, work together to provide the teacher, to provide the teaching. But it will be very challenging, and I would like to love to hear from other countries when you have this integrated subject as well. And you can see, I mean, some of the activities where the teacher can be involved in that. Now, when we talk about the challenge in implementing successful teacher PD in Vietnam, I would like to say that we share very similar challenges. First one is the resource constraint, limited funding. Access to the technology is a problem. The big difference between the region and the regions, the urban and the rural, the major and minor ethnic city, we have many ethnic groups, and it is very challenging for the teacher in the ethnic groups. The third one will be about the teacher perspective and competency. They are reluctant toward the change and innovation and the limited proficiency in the ICT. But I mean, due to the COVID-19, I believe that the people are more open to the technology, and it will be the key for the teacher training in the future. And the last one I would like to mention is about how can we promote the PD for the future. There are 3 points that I want to mention. First one would be the strengthening collaboration between the partners, ICT company, funding body, provide more support to the teacher. Second one, to expanding the access to the online learning platform, because most of the work should be done by the teacher themselves. So it should be provide the good content, the better platform for them. And the third one will be encourage, try to encouraging the peer learning community. It should be very important. I think it's not about, I mean, telling the teacher what they should do. They should, I mean, learn from the peer and I mean, try to get the best for the most suitable for them. Okay, thank you very much for the listening. I will end the presentation here. Yeah.
We have around 10 minutes for a few questions now. And I will be directing my first question to Myanmar and Brunei. So perhaps Dr. Yi is still online with us, and Dr. Jaya. We're interested and very curious about the teacher mentoring programs in your country. So maybe you would elaborate on that, because when we say professional development, under that you would have different ways to do that. But to focus on the teaching mentoring programs, perhaps you can mention some of the practices or how it has been structured. Yeah, something about teacher mentoring programs and how it has been structured.
So in Brunei Darussalam, they have this program which is called the Teacher Apprenticeship program, where they take those who have graduated with their first with the first degree, the bachelor's degree, with second class honors, and then they apply to become a teacher. But of course, they go through the first set of selection. So there are 5 stages. Once that happens, so they are placed in school for 12 months. Now, within that 12 months, they would have a mentor, a dedicated mentor who is going through the entire, 12 months with them, making sure that they're learning the competencies and giving them the guidance. So that is one way I think I could answer your question, by the structured way of having a mentoring
Yes,
program.
yes, sometimes you also call that like either a cooperating teacher working with a
Yes.
novice teacher and making sure that some of the skills are in place, or
Yes.
feedback is given and direct feedback is given
Yeah.
to the teacher, no?
Yeah. So all throughout the 12 months that they are in school, they would have a mentor who is going, the entire journey with them. So I think that this is also very good, so that the person is able to see the improvements and the gaps, and then give them the feedbacks. Yeah.
How about in terms of measurable outcomes or assessments of the effectiveness of these teacher mentoring programs?
So, in order to assess that, so what happens is that they are given this, they are assessed through the teacher performance appraisal. So,
Yeah.
so that is, I think, the evaluation of the measures to see whether they have reached that certain competencies that they would need as, to a satisfactory level to become a teacher.
So we always go back to the teacher competencies or professional development, professional competencies that we have. And I guess across all countries, we have those, a framework for all our teacher competencies. Perhaps other countries who would answer, but specific to the effectiveness of the teaching mentorship program, perhaps you could speak more about that. I believe there was a practice from the Philippines which talked about teaching the mentorship, but not only in terms of classroom teaching, but also as researchers. Perhaps you can share some anecdotes in terms of the success or outcomes of that practice.
So it's not just a webinar or a seminar like what the teachers, I think the teachers in the Philippines attend a lot of webinars and seminars because we get 1 point for each seminar that it's for promotion purposes. No, so I think that's one of the reasons. But the mentoring that I was proposing, actually, I've been proposing it to DepEd, is we are observed in action. So the teachers are observed in action. So there's much observation put into it, or there's much critiquing put into, for example, the research writing, but we are not graded. No, because the grading makes it, diba, so quantitative oriented, so grade oriented, and it's not for tenure promotion or whatsoever, but it's for personal improvement. So that's the main aim. So when we get to be observed by, I'd like to say we, because I also experienced it as a novice teacher when I was younger. So when I got to be observed by the teacher, I looked forward to being observed because I knew then that I would be given a feedback on how to improve my practice. So it's really mentoring the teachers in action. It's so easy. I did a research, for example, on the teacher practices. When I interview the teachers, they can give very good answers on what should be done. But when I observe them, yung what should be done is not what I saw. No? So they couldn't put what they knew into practice. They could not implement what they knew properly. No, so I think that's the key in the mentoring program.
So it's really veering away from the inspection model.
Yes.
And this is about learning from each other and learning from peers, no?
Yes.
Okay. So for the next set of questions, this is directed to Mr. Francisco of Timor-Leste and Miss Piapa or Mr. Kevin from Thailand. So given the call for additional improvements in teacher training and development, what specific measures or strategies are being considered to enhance the PK or pedagogical knowledge and skills of teachers, or maybe if it comes to learning more about technology, perhaps you could share more about that.
In more recent years, the Ministry of Education, the strategy through the National Institute for Training of Teachers and Educational Professional, which is we call it INFORDEPE, has gradually established the training for teachers, not only for the literacy and numeracy, but then the technology as well. Try to improve those technologies in the teachers themselves as well. The program requires the school leaders also to support ongoing teachers, professional developments, and to participate in regular mentor trainings. The focus are on capacity buildings to work with the teachers to improve the classroom skills based on the technologies as well, and so in that way, it's to get the result from the impact of the students learning in the schools. Again, these models also provide the results, the details of results for the schools involved regarding the leaders and teachers, schools, skills improvements, and the student learning outcomes. In that way, the ministry has this result skills from each teachers based on the trainings. Yeah, not only in INFORDEPE within institute, but again in the classroom as well. The ministry has the monitoring team that has involved also to go to direct to the schools and get monitored and actually see. I don't do it myself, but we do have a team that has go for monitoring. And recently the results has goes high in a percentage. I'm not too sure how. I can't remember really the percentage now, but it has been improved a lot in technology and skills in team.
It's good that you mentioned, teachers discovering how to teach and viewing it as a journey. Similar to what the Malaysia has shared, no, about having professional development to develop certain career skills for their chosen career pathways. No, for Thailand, if there's anything else that you'd like to share.
So for Thailand, the teacher professional development strategies can be implemented mostly at the educational service area level, like provincial level, rather than the national level. And however, even like we have like National Institute of the Teacher Development, but mostly it's more on the policy development level. But for the pedagogy levels and skills like ICT, teaching improvement, environmental program, that will be implemented mostly by the provincial level, which they can create a customized program that serve needs of the teacher in their province area. And however, to measure the effectiveness of the training, it will be done by the education supervisors that in each provincial areas. So and also for the education in Thailand, we also encourage the teachers to do the classroom action research, which the teacher need to understand how to improve the pedagogies and learning outcome of the student by themselves. They need to find way how to teach them effectively and come up with the results, and they can use the results of the classroom research for the performance appraisal or improvement of their recognition in the future.
Okay. So thank you very much for all those presentations and sharing that we listened to today. That was quite engaging, especially from my end, coming from the Open University and also, having teachers as my students. So is it the time to have our snack or we proceed now to the, okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Aleta, and to all the presenters. We're about to go on a break, but first, we'd like to request a group photo just outside the Pearl Hall near the stairs. After our group photo, we will have a 5-minute health break for those who need to go to the restroom, and then please get your snacks. And after that, we will have a working break while doing the next part. Okay, so photo, 5-minute health break, and then working break. All right, thank you very much. So finally, we will have our last roundtable discussion, which will shed light on the working conditions of teachers. And this will be moderated by Dr. Madeline Ko, College Secretary of the Graduate School of the University of the East.
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. As I was listening to you this morning, my 28 years in service in teaching, flashback, because everything you said about the status of teaching is really true in my case, especially how teachers are regarded in society. There was an instance, a policeman apprehended me for entering a one-way road. And then all of a sudden, another car followed me and also apprehended. But the owner of the said car, the policeman let him go. So I asked the policeman, why did you let him go? And then he said, because he's a lawyer. And then I said, oh, don't you know I am a teacher? I am the teacher of that lawyer. And I showed him my ID. And then he said, oh, ma'am, sorry. Then you may go. That's how we are regarded in the Philippines. Okay? Now, I'm here to discuss to you, to ask you questions, series of questions regarding working conditions of teachers. But allow me to hand you in the microphone because I have difficulty hearing you, even this morning. So, if you will may, I will hand this to you when you talk, so I could expound what you're saying. So for our roundtable discussion 2, and question 1, based on the policies and documents that you shared this morning, teachers in Southeast Asia render about 20 to 40 working hours, which covers actual teaching time and time for other tasks. I have multiple questions raised for you. You may answer one of the 3 or all if it's possible. Okay. How do teachers regard their workload including non-teaching tasks. Do they consider that manageable? How does this affect their motivation in staying in the profession? Take note, these are actually in two perspectives. Some teachers would find it very lax, having only limited workload, but some would consider that not motivating at all. Some may consider that motivating for having less working hours. But again, you may answer any of these three. Okay. For my question one, may I ask Dr. Jaya to answer me?
Thank you very much, Doctor. I seem to be leading the discussions all the time. Anyway, so I think for your for this question, how do teachers regard their workload, including non-teaching tasks? Okay, so during the interviews also, I made sure that I asked this question. So anyway, I think there are two perspectives again. If they're coming from the government schools, usually I think the workload is kind of manageable as compared to the private schools. I could see more grievances being, shared when they come from the private schools. But then again, generally, what I can deduce from what has been said during the interviews is that they would definitely appreciate teachers, whether government or private, definitely would appreciate if they would be given the chance just to teach and the admin work being taken care by somebody else. So at this moment, I think they enjoy what they do, but when it comes to administrative work is where they feel the burden. And because of that, they find that it takes that quality time in them preparing what they can do better for their classes. So that is, I think, in the essence of this question. Yeah. And how does it affect the motivation to stay in the profession? So, of course, it affects them, but I don't think it affects them to the degree that they want to leave the profession. They cope with it somehow, but of course, if something could be done about it, they'll be very happy. But it's not that strong for them to leave. But then again, having said this, I do not know whether people who are newly coming into the profession would really feel that, okay, now, because previously, I think the teaching profession was a little bit more relaxed. Now with this, it looks a little bit more burdensome. So will that affect new teachers coming in? So that will be my take.
Could you possibly elaborate more? What are the activities or what things they do that consider to be non-teaching, which they somehow motivate them? Non-teaching task.
Non-teaching tasks would be non-teaching tasks would be perhaps doing co-curricular activities and things like that. But non-teaching tasks, what I mean is the administrative tasks that actually kind of demotivates them. Yeah.
The administrative tasks leaning towards the motivation. Are you saying that?
Maybe something that they can find that would shape their perhaps leadership skills or managerial skills, for example, so that they could, with this task, they could see that they could actually take on further responsibilities. So in that way, maybe it's more encouraging. Yeah,
that's very encouraging. Finding teachers doing administrative tasks really would encourage them to stay. Okay, because you're actually enhancing the responsibility and the capability. Okay, same question for Mr. Kat of Cambodia.
Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, before in Cambodia, teacher have to teach for 10 hours per day. Yes, in the morning, 5 hours, and in the afternoon, 5 hours per day. But since, I think, 2018, some regulation is changed. Teacher only teach one shift. That means teach only 5 hours per day. So it make them release more and not much working load. And they can do some administration work with the school at the free time, like they teach in the morning. They can do something else in the school at the afternoon, like correct the student homework or assignment, something like that. And nowadays, it seems like more easy for teacher because of most school teach only one shift. You can choose at the morning shift or afternoon shift, so it's not much working load. So it's around 25 hours per week only. Yeah.
10 hours. How many hours devoted for actual teaching?
They start from 7 to 11 to 12, and then start from 1 to 5. So it's a full day teaching in school. But now there are some change. So teacher only choose for the morning shift or afternoon shift because they can choose or they can take intern time. I mean, sometime one morning they teach only 2 or 3 hours only, depend on the schedule or arrangement from the school principal.
Correct me, sir. It's 10 hours a day, right?
Yes.
Okay, 10 hours
Before
a day.
before 2018, 10 hours a day, but now it's not 10 hours.
It's manageable for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's manageable.
But because of the teacher, they have work with 10 days or 10 hours per day. Now they try to find a private job or extra job with private school. When they're teaching in the morning, 5 hours, they try to find 5 hours more at afternoon, something like that.
Okay. And what factors of that 10 hours a day could you possibly point out that motivate your teacher to stay? What activity in the 10 hours teaching could possibly motivate them to stay? Just like my question to Ma'am, you said the administrative task. How about in Cambodia?
10 hours a day, like in general school, teacher have to teach all. One teacher have to teach all, like math, physics, geography, everything that school have in the curriculum. One teacher has to teach one class.
Okay.
Yes, and two shift they have to teach 10 hours, but not the same class. Maybe from in the morning they teach in the class A, and afternoon they teach in the class B. So other teacher will come replace like this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Is there anyone here who would like to share the same thing? But I still have one question. The same question to Thailand, Dr. Kevin, Mr. Kevin.
Yes.
You may answer all, or you may answer some of the three.
In Thailand, actually, we have assigned a lot. Teacher are assigned to teach, and also there are some part of the non-teaching workloads that could be affecting into their success of the teaching profession. Regarding the announcement of the autopsy, for my information, the teacher can be assigned at least 8 hours per week for the non-teaching workload. For example, academic affairs, also human resource management and the financial management, at least 8 hours a week for each. And also due to the limitation of the number of teachers in the rural area, in rural school, some teachers are assigned a non-teaching workload, also related to the community development, related to students welfare, something like that. This is kind of the factor that make them consider to stay in the profession. Sometimes they are manageable, but somehow it might be too much.
Why did you say somehow? We seem to have.
It depends on the number of the teacher in each school. For example, for the small size school, they have the how to say that inadequate the number of teachers to be assigned in each duties. So they don't even have time to prepare their teaching activity in some period that they have a lot of activities come into the school, because I mentioned that some rural area or some community teacher, they have to dedicate themselves for non-teaching activity which related to the community, and another requirement.
How could that be managed when limited teachers would there be and the task is enormous?
Actually, the MOE can allow to hire the additional staff to support the work for teacher. However, in some school that it's limited in the budget, they cannot provide the additional staff to assist the teacher in the non-teaching loads. That's why this can be affect their teaching, their motivation to stay in the teaching profession in our country.
The support staff.
The support staff is needed in some school, but in urban area, for example, in Bangkok or in the large size school, they have an enough team to support the non-teaching activities. For example, financial, like human resource, because teacher can focus on teaching only, so no need to attain the non-teaching activity for some large school. But we try right now regarding the policy, we try to reduce the workload. For example, documentation, the paper loads can be affect on the teacher performance in teaching. So the Ministry of Education try to adjust the requirement for the teaching and documentation to allow teacher to feel more like manageable in terms of their teaching.
Given that two scenarios that you said, one with limited teachers and supported only by teaching staff, and the other one with sufficient teachers, therefore agreeing to work in a specified time, which scenario you believe would motivate teachers to stay?
I think can be both. It depends on how patient they would like to be in the profession. Regarding the statement, the mention of Madam Deputy Director before, when they think about the welfare or the benefit that they get from the profession, this can be the reason that why it make them stay, even the workload is quite too much for them in some scenario. That's why it is from my point of view.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
I agree with you. It's really both scenarios, really teachers' motivation is there because the support is there. Now, for my question number 2, this is again a low mandate. Salaries are always standardized. Okay, so the monthly salary of teachers in the Southeast Asian region varies from US dollars 287.81 and up to 2,761.98 US dollars, depending on the teacher's rank. How is the salary of teachers in comparison with other professions in your country? Is it sufficient for them to make a living? Now, let me qualify the living. We're not just living by breathing, okay? We're talking here of a decent living, I believe. Okay? Would the salary given by, received by your teachers good enough for them to have a decent living? This question, okay, for this question, may I ask representatives from Indonesia, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam to answer this. But who would you like to answer, please? I go with Miss Limala because I'm near her. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the question about the salary. I think in my humble opinion, the salary for the salary of teachers who civil servant in Indonesia, this is enough to live in Indonesia. And
A decent living.
yeah.
I mean, could buy your own house, could support yourself in schooling. Yeah.
It is enough. But for the teacher who still contract or another teacher who get under 100 US dollar, it is a little bit difficult to live with that salary. So that how can they live their life, and they must take a second job, like in the rural area they can't they have land, and they are also else as farmer, and they can get another money for that job. And comparison with other profession, I think it's still lower than the other profession, like the crucial one, yeah, like doctor and like lecturer. It's a little bit, not a little bit, it's lower than the
Question number one is comparative with other professions.
Lower.
Aside from teacher, to which do you compare the salary of teachers in your country? What other profession you may compare it?
It's a little bit difficult to answer that question, but I think and the point of view about the critical industry base is also more higher than the teacher. Also, when they work as a professional in the industry base, it is also higher, and in the bank is also higher than the teacher. I think the salary of the teacher in Indonesia is
it's competitive. It's competitive. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Bean.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And as I mentioned, I mean, in the Philippine presentation this morning, the Vietnam teachers' salary is quite low, right? Only ranked 9. And but I think it happened to all of the country that the salary for the teacher on the average, because the number of the teacher are the highest. So we cannot expect the salary for the teacher in any country that is quite high. And I remember there's one research to say that for the developing country, the salary compared to the GDP per capita in the developing country is even higher than in the developed country. The reason because it's about the absolute number anyway. So it's very difficult to improve the salary for the teacher. And but also for the second question, is it sufficient for them to make a living? To be frank, I say it will be very difficult for the early, career teacher to make a living, based only for the salary. So what happened is for the teachers of mathematics or English, literature, or some science subject, they can earn the extra money by the private tutoring. It's not encouraged, but it's what happened. For some other teacher, they need to do the side job in the urban city. They do the online shop or something. It happened, more recently. And in the other area, they are very flexible. They do a lot of side job to make their income as well. So yeah, it is what happened.
I understand, sir, that a while ago you said that deployment from remote areas, teachers were given top up. Okay? And that is additional salary for them. May I ask this question? I was curious about it a while ago. Would teacher prefer to be deployed in remote places because of the top up? How do you infer with that?
I think the top up is something that's very good and very important for the teacher. It's something kind of the recognition of their hard work. and it should provide with them some of the supplemental, so they can, contribute to the profession. But anyway, we have to be fair that the salary and the package for the teacher now is not enough for them. So I think it will be a challenge, big challenge. Yeah.
How could the teacher be able to have increase in salary aside from promotion? Is there any other way?
Not really. Yeah.
So that's the standardized
Standardized,
salary.
yeah. Because in Vietnam, the salary is based on the point system. So, for example, like if you have the bachelor degree, you will be put on the rank, and then after 3 years, you will increase 0.3 point, and eventually get to the higher point. And so the newly teacher will get only around maybe $300 per month, less than that, 200 or $300, and then it's increased by year to that level. Yeah, so it's quite difficult for the teacher. But one of the good things may be related to the previous question when we mentioned about the workload of the teacher, right? So the teacher have to teach around 17 hours, up to 23 hours, depends on the level. Yeah. So for the primary student, primary teacher, they have to teach 23 sessions. But for the high school, they teach 17 sessions per week. Yeah. So they are quite flexible. Yeah.
Very less.
Yeah.
Would that be
Yes.
would that be motivating for them?
No, but it's only for the teaching. We are not talking about the preparation and non-academic tasks, like, all of the activity from the school. More and more workload for the teacher now because of the administration things even become, more burden compared to the past. Yeah.
Given non-academic tasks, do they receive allowances for that? On top of their income? I guess I heard it. I do not know who presented it, but I guess one from Thailand. Every 4 years, there seems to be a standardized thing regarding faculty development. Would that every 4 years experience gained, the promotion would entail salary increase? How could you explain that to us as motivating factor for teachers to stay? Because gaining 4 years, all I needed to do is to apply and get my promotion automatically.
Well, I think in Thailand, they will get, apart from the salary increment, they also receive the additional top up, ใช่ไหม? Additional top up like professional fee. Yeah, we don't know how to call it exactly in English, but it's like depends on the level of the expertise. Yes, for example, like for the basic salary of teacher, for example, they receive like 20,000 baht for the teacher who has like 8 years experience. But if they are at the professional level, they will have top up with the professional fee and top up with, if they are at the management level, they also have another top up, So it could end up to have totaling of the salary about 30,000 baht per month, right? Basic salary 20,000, but top up with the professional fee and top up with the management fee.
That's the way they increase their salary.
Yeah, that is the way of the motivation to keep them in the professional profession. Even the salary, basic salary is quite low, but they have additional top up. Yeah.
Thank you for your explanation, ma'am. That's a very good framework and policy of your school and your country. Hello, sir. Okay, I have a question to you, and can you please answer one of the two or two of this question?
Okay. The salary in teachers in Timor, I'm talking about, based more in rural areas, which is quite low. But
I would say I would compare to those cleaning service and people those work factory workers. They've got the same amount of the salary, but again, those salary, the teacher salary that I just said, they base on your skills, their skills, their levels, the experience, and the certificates. Is if you finish a degree or bachelor in teaching or I mean in education or whatever things like that. But compared to those has high level, high skills, and they have more. Obviously, they've got more salary compared to those who that I just said that are very low skills. About the sufficient for them to make a living. In rural areas, I think it's sufficient for them as they normally in Timor they normally have their own a garden, or I mean I should say not a garden but let's say let's say a garden of vegetables, or they've got animals and let's say cows or whatever things like that. They have so with those incomes, the income that they get, they normally use it for something else. They don't use it to buy food, but they do use more like in the everyday necessaries, things like that, or transports. Yeah, I don't know.
I noticed in most of your report, you always cite institutions or agencies that evaluate matters related to education. Do you also have agency or national level, regional level that evaluate the qualification meriting promotion?
Yes, as I keep saying, the InfoRep is actually is based by Ministry of Education bill that InfoRep it's under Education's institute. I mean under the Ministry of Education. The InfoRep is under Ministry of Education. They are the official ones that do all this evaluation. When the agency wants to do, or they have the plan or a program that I do that, they have to go through InfoDP, which is the institute. It's under the Ministry of Education. Yeah.
And that institution defined the standards to be met.
Yes, exactly right. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You know, in the Philippines, we have a joke regarding salaries. Our take-home pay could not even take us home. That's a joke here. Okay, but no more, because we have increased the salaries of teachers significantly over a period of time. Okay, but when I started teaching, that was really the joke in our institution. But now it's no more because of the merit promotion that eventually led to increase of salary significantly. Of course, the economic situation contributed as well in increase of our salary. It's just an old joke. Okay. Now, for the last question, a variety of financial and non-financial incentives are available to teachers, from scholarships, awards for teachers, anniversary bonuses, productivity enhancement benefits, performance-based bonus, leave privileges, social insurance, and other benefits. Okay. This last question usually is under the generosity of our institution. Okay. My question there is, how about in other countries? Has there been a concretization of the incentive system for teachers? Was the incentive system successful in motivating teachers to perform their duties as well? This is again a multiple question for the last batch of representatives. Okay, I'd like, according to my note, the one who would answer it would be representatives from Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. Okay, you just have to internalize the question. Who would you like to answer it, please? And use the mic. Incentives. Wait, I say concretization again. You consolidate it under one institution to which the incentives would be standardized. Would there be a system like that in your country?
Actually, we have many incentive system, many benefit for the teacher. But for a high school teacher or primary school teacher, their knowledge is very low. The government, we try to connect with partner with other country to provide scholarship to our teacher. But the constraint for them is English language. They don't know English, so they cannot apply or they cannot pass the
So
scholarship.
you're saying it was difficult for teachers to apply for some incentives.
Yeah.
Grants.
And other thing,
Sir, excuse me. What made it difficult for teachers to apply when it is available?
even it, as I said, even the scholarship is available, but the constraint is English. Because like when teacher or normal employment, they graduate from 12th grade or bachelor degree, their English are very poor. Because when they live in the rural area, I mean, when they learn English in the private school, because of public school in the rural area, there's no English school, the only private school. But private school, like when they start the class, around 30, 50 students come to study. After 6 months or 1 year, the student will drop out, and then teacher will recruit another student to new class, and who I want to learn, they will learn again and again. There's no English for them. So the challenges for a teacher to get scholarship is English mostly. Yeah.
These are communicated to schools. The incentives, they are all communicated. So there would be no barrier in terms of information drive regarding the availability of this incentive system. Am I right, sir?
Yeah. And when we try to like we call on the job training, we try to connect with the development partner like NGO, especially UNESCO. They try to provide the English course. They try to training teacher with basic English. They want to continue. We can support them to study in the capital, but because of the condition of living, they cannot afford to continue at the capital.
Thank you.
In rural area, very difficult.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. Dr. Lisa? Here na lang.
Okay na to.
Okay.
We have scholarships. I'm also the coordinator of the NAYAP, for example, in UP, but this is not yet well publicized. But I think it's a very good motivator for the teachers, except that they cannot go full-time, leave their work and serve as full-time students, because when they go full-time, they will only be given 75% of their salary, something like that. So the students opt to become part-time students only. Awards for teachers, there are some local awards, but there's no national award yet that I know of, right? But there's the Metro Bank, which is open to all, and teachers get that kind of award. It's around 1 million pesos, I think. So it's a big amount of money for Filipinos. And then we have that, yeah, that it's the performance-based bonus. But as I've said earlier, it's more of the effect of PBB tends to be negative, no? Because the teachers tend to look for lots of points. That's why teachers want to attend, for example, a lot of webinars to get more points. And then what else? Teachers are looking for more social support, no? Like insurance, social insurance, health insurance. We don't have that yet in the Philippines, except for some private schools.
Thank you, ma'am. Concretization of incentive system in a country is difficult because that depends on the generosity of the school. Okay? We do understand that. But I'd like to find out if you have any idea in your school regarding that. Okay. Ma'am?
First, answer the question about the concentration of the incentive system of teacher in Indonesia. Yeah, yes, there is a concentration of the incentives for teachers, like a professional allowance. There are an amount of money that exactly like that concentration. And for the scholarship, as there is a institution that manage the scholarship for all of the people in Indonesia, and this is also concentration in that like that. And actually, the incentive is also motivate them to stay in this job, but actually, based on the interview, we acknowledge that holiday, the number of holiday is more interesting than the financial or non-financial intensive. When the student have a holiday and they also can make holiday, it's interesting for them.
Okay. The answer for Malaysia is also the same. Yes, we have the concretization of the incentive system for teachers, but since our system is centralized at the federal system, yeah, centralized. So all the incentives are for if once we announce the incentive, it is meant for all teachers in the country.
Including private sector?
No, I mean for the public sector, for public teachers only, public sector teachers only. And other than salaries, for financial incentive, we have like allowances, like different type of allowances. For let's say this morning, we mentioned about the hardship allowance, where teachers who are posted at remote areas, they have monthly allowance extra on top of their salaries, and also for allowance for teachers who are like from Borneo, who are posted in Peninsula schools. They have different allowance for for teachers from Peninsula posted in Borneo schools, and they have a different allowance. So it's for them to like a hardship allowance. Okay.
If it is, ma'am, if it is centralized, that means to say the incentives are fixed.
Yes.
Okay. And because they are fixed, then it means that regardless of the competitive qualifications of teachers, once the teacher met the standard, then the incentive will be given.
Yes, the entry level for teachers, new teachers, are the same. So everyone, I mean, the new teachers, they have the same qualification, and they are all eligible for whatever incentives are offered to them.
No regards to years of service, additional educational qualification? No regards with that?
No. So we are still fighting for if they have like postgraduate degree, like master or PhD, to have extra like an increment, but still not successful. So we still have the same salary scale for everyone.
And that is still the context motivating for your teachers.
Yes. So because not many people, not many teachers who resign from this profession because of that. And also for non-financial, I think we have like a 3-month maternity leave for female teachers. We have scholarships offered to for them. We have medical benefits, and also I think for financial and non-financial, when we have a monthly pension after we retire, and that pension is paid to you until you pass away.
And because it is centralized, it's easy for the central government to disseminate the information regarding the system on incentives. Am I correct? It's
sorry?
easy to disseminate the information regarding the incentive system because it would come from one definite source only. Am I right?
Yes, yes, it is hard for us to give like to introduce one new incentive, because when you multiply with the more than 400,000 teachers, and it is paid by the federal government, then that is one thing that make it hard for us to introduce any new, especially financial incentive.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. I'd like to ask the Thailand representatives regarding the incentive system, because you have a very good salary scaling and everything. Maybe you have a different way of different methods or policies regarding incentives. Could you possibly share that to us?
So I will respond to the first two questions. Actually, we concretize the incentive system in terms of, as Kun Priyapa mentioned before, we have the performance appraisal to be promoted in the professional teaching. We call it professional top-up fee, something like that. This is designed and set up by the Office of Teachers, Civil Service and Educational Personnel Commission, or we call it OTEPC, which is the organization in the policy-making level who set up the framework for the incentive system for teachers in Thailand. However, was the incentive system successful in motivating teachers to perform their duties well? For me right now, it's kind of like, yeah, it is. But sometimes teachers, they will focus on the appraisal system to get promoted in their profession. Sometimes they forget their duties in terms of teaching responsibility, or sometimes the incentive system appraisal give them a very paper load, a documentation load, which affects their duties. That's why I think I just respond to the two questions. I just separate respond to two questions like.
Is that also centralized in your country? The incentive system, it's also centralized, coming from one source only, the public sector?
In the public sector, we are controlled by the OTEPC, Office of Teachers. But in the private sector, in the private school, since I mentioned this morning that we have we work separately between the private education commission and the basic education commission for the public school and the private school. So the increment or the incentive system of the private teacher depends on the school owner or the setup of the Office of the Private Education Commission, which we can give you the information later. So
do you experience in your country teachers from private going to private because public to private and private to public because of the incentives?
Compared to both private and public sector in terms of incentive, I'm quite sure that most of the private school would like to go to the public, realize on the end of the, when they retire, they will get the welfare, they will get between their working profession, between their career path, they will get also the incentive and the welfare from the public sector. That's why I think, on the other hand, most of the private teachers, they want to attain the public sector, even though the salary might be a little bit lower, but compared to the benefits or the welfare that they will get in the future for the public, for being teacher in the public sector, would be acceptable for them.
Thank you. Thank you for your elaboration on that. Thank you. Okay. I guess the roundtable discussion too is done. And I'd like to give the floor to our host. Thank you so much.
I'd like to clarify lang myself. No?
Yeah, ma'am, excuse
we
me.
have the GSIS, the Government Service Insurance, and the PhilHealth, right? But what the teachers are looking for are two things: no accident insurance and the HMO. It's for cases when they, di ba, yung for regular checkups and all.
Maybe I should ask you the same question I asked to Sir Kevin. Would that be the same in the Philippines, that those in the private sector would go to public just because of the incentives?
Like what I said earlier in my report, private schools tend to get 87% to 67% lower salary than the public school teachers. That's why many teachers from the private schools go to the public schools. But of course, there are very good schools in the country, like the exclusive schools, that give higher pay to the teachers. But these are very few schools only. And we have the international schools that give much, much higher pay also.
In terms of incentive, we seem to have different experience from Thailand. Okay. Thank you po. Salamat po.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ko, for facilitating that insightful and lively discussion. Okay, so see you all later at 6:10 p.m. at the Microtel lobby, not the INNOTECH lobby. Okay, thank you so much and see you later for dinner.